Hello.
Hello, Patrick. Good to see you, my brother in Christ.
Hello, Saint Tommy of the living God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What is the gospel? What is the faith? What is Christianity that our brother Ace bitches about week after week after week? What is the faith? What is the gospel with no extra truth?
The gospel is that which Ace speaks as grace to, that of the salvation of all mankind, the blessing of all in God, as it was spoken to Abraham the same. Christianity is Babylon completely. Satan is its leader.
Okay, well, if you want to go around blabbing satanic knowledge claims or Babylonian knowledge claims, I'm not going to complain about it. But
Spoke the
again,
gospel there, Tommy.
and then the question still remains: what is the faith? Examine yourself and see that you are in the faith. That is an apostolic
Right.
exhortation, and I'm no apostle,
Faith of
but sir, what is the faith?
It's literally that, what I just said. God told God told the gospel to Abraham, and Abraham believed it. They who believe as Abraham are of the faith of Christ, the same. They're called sons of faithful Abraham.
That sounds a little complicated.
No, it's
but
very.
I'll say this.
It's very simple. You have to believe as Abraham believed. Very simple.
Well, maybe God will send you to talk me into it. However, I have to believe whatever it is that I have to believe. But I noticed that you left out something. You left the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ. The Lord Jesus Christ was, hold on, let me finish. There's no reason to overtalk quite yet. The Lord Jesus Christ was crucified and entombed or buried and rose from the dead on the third day. Now, what shall we add to that? What shall we add to the crucifixion, burial, and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ? Because if we add something to that, I want one to be aware that one is doing precisely that. Now that message, that the Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, entombed, and rose from the dead on the third day, it is preached every Sunday in different denominations and churches across America. That is. And of course, there's other dogmas about everything else tacked on to it. But that living, saving message of the gospel is preached across the lower 48 every Sunday. That is the living message of God. That is the saving message of God. That the Lord Jesus Christ was crucified and rose from the dead on the third day. Yes, he did it for the forgiveness of sin. Yes, he did it for our justification, if you find yourself believing it.
Who is our?
In the body of Christ.
So not all mankind.
I'm not going to sit here and take little critique questions, brother. I'm proclaiming to you the truth that the gospel is added to by a lot of honorable theologians.
I think you're taking away from the gospel, because what it says is he died for our sins, and that's all mankind, right?
Spare me your
critique. You're going to say it's just for you and JG. That's not true, right?
Spare me your critique. It says he was raised from the dead for our justification.
Ours, everyone. Not you, not just you. Right?
Our.
Everyone.
Not there, our. Our implies distinction, but I'm not going to sit here. I'm just making the
Right,
point.
the distinction is between all
Now,
mankind and Jesus Christ.
okay,
Jesus
let me
didn't need to die
continue.
for his own sin. He had no sin, right?
Okay, our brother in Christ, Ace, or whatever he truly is, whether he's in Christ Jesus or almost in Christ Jesus, makes no difference to me. But this man, Ace, week after week, complains about the faith. No, he complains about Christianity. I don't think our brother or our good neighbor understands what he's complaining about.
I think he knows exactly. I don't
Is
think
he
you have any idea
complaining
yet.
about the faith? Is he complaining about other men's faith or other men's dogmas under the banner of Christianity?
He's
Whatever
complaining
he's
about false
complaining
gospel.
about, he's doing a lot of complaining. And let me tell you, all the moments that he's
I guess we're just not going
complaining,
to converse about the gospel.
all the moments he's complaining about other men's faith are times that he
You're
could be,
complaining about him, right?
are times that he could be proclaiming the saving message of God, the gospel.
Ace preaches the gospel every single day, like multiple
He
times.
does on occasion.
10
Yes,
times
he
before
does.
you even say a word. Like
Ace preaches eventual universal
he
reconciliation.
preaches the gospel, which is that God saved all mankind. Like
That's not the gospel.
no matter how you that is the gospel. No matter how you
That's
talk
not
it,
the
it's
gospel.
the only gospel, and for you to deny that is incorrect.
The gospel is that the Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, buried, and rose from the dead. That's the faith.
Was that preached to Abraham?
Now, sir, I do
Did
believe.
Abraham believe that? Why can't you approach what I'm saying? Engage me. Was
I thought about your
that the
question.
gospel that was preached to Abraham? Did Abraham believe that gospel?
No, he did not articulate the gospel.
According to you, but not the Bible, right?
Well,
The Bible
I don't
says
know.
Abraham was preached the gospel, saying, "In thee shall all nations be blessed." That's God will bless all, God will save all.
Oh, okay.
Abraham believed him. Okay.
So if that's the gospel,
you don't believe as Abraham, you don't believe the gospel. Obviously,
what about the resurrection of Jesus?
that's literally how he did it. To wit, that God was in Christ, reconciling the whole world unto himself. Not
Well, he either did he leave
died for our
Jesus
sins.
out of it?
He justified the ungodly. He didn't just justify us, as in us who claim to believe. He justified all by himself. You have to believe that, otherwise you're not a believer. Period.
So the gospel is just a little side dish. In the universal gospel is that, hey, everybody's going to get saved in the
gospel
end.
is everything, brother. Don't
Everybody's going to get saved in the end. Yeah. That's okay. Everybody, go about your measly lives. Everybody's going to get saved in the end. I say
don't
no.
care what is true.
I know I
don't care what is true. And you don't care what is true. And Will Freeman doesn't care what is true.
No, I do.
What's this competition in the background? JG, be a good host, please.
It's the truth. Y'all don't care.
This is gonna probably get me kicked, but what you're saying is that you don't care what is true. I know I said this
don't
before.
care what is true. And you don't care what is true.
True. This is gonna
Ace doesn't matter, folks.
Hey, JG, if you want to dance, come on in. Don't sit back there like a dishonorable man heckling Ace Theo live streams.
Do whatever you want, but please
do that on your own time.
We talk about the
gospel. Probably get me kicked, but what you're saying is that you don't care what is true. I know I
don't care what is true. And you don't care what is true. And Will Freeman doesn't care what is true.
No, I do.
I don't even know how to define true.
Where do you?
No, I do.
I don't even know how to define true.
Where do you get off saying
I do?
I don't even know how to define true.
Where do you get off?
I do.
You guys won't say that stuff.
I don't even know how to define true.
Where do you?
I do.
I don't even know how to define true.
Where do you get off saying that I don't care what is true? Because I'm asking questions about the book that you think is true.
Yes.
I never said it was true. I just said isn't
the book that you think is true.
Yes.
I never said it was true. I just
about the book that you think is true.
I never said it was true. I just said, isn't this interesting?
Is it you think is true?
I never said it was true. I just said, isn't this interesting?
Is it or isn't it?
The gospel was preached to Abraham, saying, "In thee shall all nations be blessed." Period. Those who curse that gospel are under the curse, having cursed the good news of the living God, cursing themselves, condemned to themselves. Period. That's how the book works. It's a real curse, you know. So it's all about the gospel. You can't say that the faith in the gospel is only revealed in the new or whatever. And why you say that matters for everything. You know, there's a difference between Ace's teachings and everyone else's, right? For good reason. But Ace is the one who believes and understands and teaches that God is the savior of all mankind. And that's what that meant. That's what that's about. So that's why he's justified in his saying. He's not cursing the good news as everybody else is. And nobody even wants to talk, like nobody wants to approach these things. Like you guys say, like it's kind of crazy. But it's okay. You're playing a different game.
It's true, S.
What? What about it is true? Some things are true in a proper time. Said it was true. I just said
About
define true.
where do you get off saying that I don't care what is true? Because I'm asking questions about the book that you think is true.
I never said it was true. I just said, isn't this interesting?
Is it or isn't it?
You believe it's true, S.
What? What about it is true?
Everybody's just so creative. Everyone just making up their own everything. Like, it's amazing. It's very amazing. But all I'm saying is that the gospel was preached to Abraham saying, hey, he's going to save the whole world. That's what he said. Abraham believed him. And his faith was counted for righteousness. And whoever believes that same truth as Abraham, the gospel given to you of the living God, which can only be given to you by the living God, is counted faithful, is of the faith, is called sons of Abraham, stuff like that. Any other so-called gospel is no gospel at all. And everyone's going to find that out. I mean, it's just the truth. None of you guys care for the truth. Like, for real, you don't. Be honest with yourself. You believe that, then maybe you'll find it. Because remember, you're dead. Like, y'all are just repping, like, claiming, like, pretending like you're alive, but you died. You're dead. So you have nothing to say. There's nothing about you to do with this gospel, like, in such the way. So, and that's what the gospel is for. That's what it speaks of. And it gives you the information that you would want to know as to why we're all here. Why is it this way? You know? In the beginning was the conversation.
Thank you for your hospitality, JG, again. Thank you. Yes, Ace pushes ultimate universal reconciliation. He loves it. He makes a great biblical case for it, but is, however truthful, ultimate universal reconciliation is, whatever that means, every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. Whatever that means, there's something else going on before then. That something else that's going on is called evangelism. It's called the Holy Spirit on the move. People are hearing the gospel. Even this hour, the gospel is being proclaimed all across the radio, on the internet, at churches down the street. The gospel is going out. Not ultimate universal reconciliation, but the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. That the Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, buried, and rose from the dead on the third day. Now may a man like Ace, a good man, may he make a biblical case for ultimate universal reconciliation. But please, Ace, don't leave out the gospel. Don't leave out the saving message of God. And hello, Will Freeman. It's good to see you in the neighborhood.
Hello, Tommy. Don't let me stop you.
I think I about had my say. If a man's going to glob on a truthful dogma to the gospel, may he realize what he's doing. You know, if you're going to glob on something truthful, a lot of men glob the law onto the gospel. Yeah, they do so honorably, I guess. But they glob it on law compliance. Yeah, glob it on to the gospel. Or universal reconciliation, glob it on. How about young earth creationism? You hear that a lot. Ooh, glob it on to the gospel, yeah. Or KJV onlyism, or baptism for the forgiveness of sin. I mean, just if you go to any Seventh-day Adventist assembly in the land, you'll hear the gospel, but you'll hear a lot of the law. The law. And some men get the feeling like the law is God. Yeah. All because the law is tacked onto the gospel. Tell me, you know a lot, Will, about Seventh-day Adventist theology. Probably one of the most educated men in our YouTube community. Does Seventh-day Adventism, the Catechism of the Seventh-day Adventist, does that claim that Jesus is the Archangel Michael?
Well, there's 28 fundamentals. You can look them up to see if that's in there. I'm not a Seventh-day Adventist, though.
Well, you are an educated man, though, I trust, about Seventh-day Adventist dogmas.
Well, there used to be 27 fundamentals, and now there's like 28 or 29. So apparently, Ellen White from Beyond the Grave is updating them on what the religion should be. I don't know.
So
I've
you're
been
not,
out for a while.
it sounds like you're not clear on whether Seventh-day Adventist dogmas say that Jesus was the Archangel Michael.
Well, you're saying dogma.
Yes, dogma.
Do you want to use a different term?
Well, I guess I could if you insist, or if you'd like.
There's a theory amongst a sect of the Seventh-day Adventists that Michael is another title for Jesus, the Lord of Hosts.
Oh,
Apparently, Michael means one who is as God.
okay.
It's like Emmanuel. People think Emmanuel means Jesus because it's God with us.
Mhm.
But it's just another. They have license to do that with Michael because of what we do with Emmanuel.
Kind of like Melchizedek.
Yeah, kind of like Melchizedek. That's an interesting character if you want to talk about that a little. Have you been reading some?
Oh, that's irrelevant. Just wondering if it was like Melchizedek.
Are you talking about Melchizedek from the Genesis?
I mean, it's in many sects and denominations. Melchizedek was considered like a pre-incarnate apparition of our Lord Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's not uncommon.
Well, there's a lot of reasons to think there are similarities, but there's really no reason to think it's actually Jesus.
Are you making knowledge claims about the Bible again, Will?
I'm saying I find no reason to make the jump that the Seventh-day Adventists do.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You seem to disagree with the Seventh-day Adventists too, but if you'd like to switch your position to defending them, that's okay.
Well, I just heard the Seventh-day Adventist believers or brothers or disciples or whatever they are. I heard that they teach that Jesus is the Archangel Michael. And that's just kind of almost like a childish slogan.
Oh, yeah? What do they teach in your denomination?
I have no denomination. I'm unique.
So you're not in a box. So when you start talking about Seventh-day Adventists, you look at them as being in a category that you can examine because they're all a monolith. But what if they're not a monolith? What if the Branch Davidian in Waco was also a Seventh-day Adventist faction?
Yeah, it's a good point. Good point. It's kind of like Calvinist, you know? Calvinist. Most Calvinists that I run and rub shoulders with, they wouldn't know irresistible grace from limited atonement. They haven't even considered the 5 pillars of Calvinism. And to paint other human beings just because they call themselves something, to paint them as a, what did you say, monolithic paintbrush?
Yeah, like they're all the same. But you said the 5 pillars. So if they're all unified under the 5 pillars, they share these ideas. And one of those ideas is total depravity. You know anything about total depravity in the tulip?
Well, I have had, a modest education about substantial depravity versus total depravity.
But total depravity is the claim, not pseudo or semi.
Well, actually, ultra Calvinists have 9 points. You probably haven't heard of ultra Calvinists, but
no, is that like the Power Rangers? Do they come together and make a mega Calvinist Zord?
Kind of like that.
I love it when they do that.
It takes the 5 tulips and corrects them, improves them.
Well, it sounds like it adds to them, doesn't it?
It does. 9. Yes, exactly.
That's more law.
That says you.
Isn't it more law when you start adding things?
No. Scripture says don't go beyond what's written, is referring to the law.
Well, tell that to the Calvinists.
Well, you asked.
I did.
Well, never mind. It's my loosening of associations. Pay no attention to it, please.
Just stretch out those associations. Get them nice and loose.
There you go.
So I thought you were going to be talking with JG or something.
Well, I guess you're just bored, eh?
Yeah.
What shall we talk about? Shall we talk about sophistry?
Would you like to? Would you like to
I don't know.
demonstrate?
Just wondering. Is that what moves you?
I like directness.
That's true. So, what am I to believe, Will? Do you know where Forest Acres is or not?
There are a lot of forest acres. I'm aware of a couple.
Uh huh.
Could you be
You
more
know,
specific, like a zip code?
you know what I'm asking, don't you?
What you mean? Are you trying to tell me that that's where you live?
I'm trying to ask you if you know where I live.
No, but it seems like you're trying to tell me you live in Forest Acres, and I don't think you live in the one or near the one I'm referring to.
Okay. Okay. You didn't strategically use that word forest or those two words Forest Acres to mess with me.
I think you greatly overestimate my interest in your life.
I'm glad that's true. I'm glad that's true, Will. Yes.
If you owed me money, it'd be different.
Yeah, I understand. I believe you. I believe you. Well, in that case, I will let the matter go and just ascribe it up to a healthy amount of internet paranoia.
Yeah, if you want to make yourself feel more comfortable, if you look at Columbia, South Carolina, there's a place called Forest Acres. Okay, and I'm not of
Okay.
the
No,
mindset that you live
you've
anywhere
convinced
near
me.
there.
You've convinced me, Bill. Will.
Well, once I
You've
understood that
convinced.
your reason was fear, I wanted to put you at ease. I don't like to fear
Of
monger.
course, of course. Hell no. And I appreciate it. Thank you, Will. I appreciate it
Hey, Halcy.
because I am prudent. I've been doxxed. I ain't been swatted. And let me tell you, you're one man I would not want to piss off, Will. I just wouldn't want to do it.
No,
I might
don't believe
fuck
all
with
the rumors about me. I'm a
I
sweetheart.
might fuck with you a little bit if I think you're up for it, but I do not want to piss you off. But anyway, I've said that 4 or 5 times. That's all I need to say.
So, are you and Ace having another push pull?
A little tat. Hey, Halcy.
Hello.
Well, I asked because
Yeah,
I've missed today's goings on with the Christian community. So
yeah. I've been leaning on Ace for quite some time, Will.
I know, but this is Judas week, so I know that the Christians get a little extra upset during Judas week.
Well, I'm quite frankly,
Yeah,
Ace
Frank.
does not proclaim the gospel as clearly as I think he should.
Well, maybe not the gospel as you know it.
Exactly. Isn't that childish that I would get upset over Ace
Well,
adding truthful dogma onto the
well,
gospel?
not necessarily. It could be a reason for alarm if he's adding things that aren't in the book and saying
Well,
that they
he's
are
not
in the book.
adding things. He's just overemphasizing universal reconciliation and underemphasizing the
Well,
gospel.
a lot of Christians overemphasize John 3:16 being that it's almost the only verse that they know universally. But if
Right.
you tried to build your entire theology from John 3:16, you'd find that Christians would not agree with it. There's more to do than believe.
For God so good. What is John 3:16 again?
For
Can you
God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, for whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
Hey everybody, write that down. St. Tommy got Will Freeman to quote John 3:16. You did it for me, Will. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm well aware that you know it because you're a Christian. It's one of the rules you have to know at least John 3:16, or what else are you talking about getting saved for?
Yeah.
Would you say
Well,
that you could build a theology of salvation based on just that verse, John
for God
3:16?
so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. How does it go again?
That whosoever
Uh-huh.
believeth in him,
Uh-huh.
believeth in him, should not perish, but have everlasting life.
Well, that's an assurance. That serves an assurance. That's not the gospel.
But
That's
could
an
you build a
assurance.
theology Or could you build a plan of salvation
I guess
around?
so. I guess.
Is
Yeah.
that the whole of the matter? The believing in Him,
Yeah,
you'll have
that's
everlasting
common.
life.
It's common to mispromote belief. It's common to mispromote the faith.
But it says it.
Yes, it does say it, but to mispromote it. Belief is not a work that one has to do.
I was under the impression that that particular verse in John was one of the most important verses in the New Testament above almost all others, that John 3:16 was the crux of the matter. Is that not your understanding?
Well, I'm not going to negate. I'm not going to argue statistics whether it's 51% more popular in more Christian minds than any other verse. I'm not going to.
I mean, crucial to the faith.
No, the faith is that the Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, entombed, and rose from the dead.
To what end?
That's the faith.
No. To what end? You just told me He did a thing. That's not the faith.
That is the gospel.
No, that's just the beginning of the gospel. He did a thing.
That you sound like Ace. That is.
No, you're not saying what the good news is. You just told me a guy died and rose from the dead.
Yes,
that's good news for him.
The Lord.
That's great news for him.
Jesus. Yeah,
that's great news for Jesus. That doesn't tell me anything about anyone else.
Problem with it? You're gonna sit here.
Yes. If you'll listen for a second, I'm telling you what the problem is. It's not the gospel, because the only good news in it is for Jesus, unless you tell me why the resurrection is important.
Well, if you want to add to the gospel, realize what you're doing.
I'm not adding. I'm saying that you're not giving the gospel when you say Jesus died and was resurrected. You didn't tell me why.
You're here and school me.
Yeah, apparently.
About what the gospel is?
Yep. I know you're just trying to get me to tell you the gospel. I understand what you're doing. But
no, that's not what I'm doing.
I think you're minimizing what the gospel is when you said Jesus died and was resurrected.
I can understand you believe in that.
Julius Caesar died and was resurrected. Now
I'm sure you're not the only one. I'm sure you're not the only one who believes that is minimizing the gospel.
Yes, I think that it doesn't explain what the gospel is, just on its face.
It is so simple, even a little child could believe it.
You're not saying that it has any effect on anyone but Jesus unless you explain that it has some ramifications for the world.
Must I add to the gospel?
It wouldn't be adding. It would just be telling that you were showing that you understand more of it than just He died and was resurrected.
The Apostle Paul said, I long to know nothing except Christ resurrected among you. He refrained from tacking on any other truthful dogma.
Paul never met Jesus. He tacked on everything. No, it's not. Everything that he said was tacked on. Yeah, everything that he said was tacked on because he never met Jesus, had no experience with Jesus.
You sure make a lot of biblical knowledge claims.
It's admitted.
Believe. I thought you didn't believe in the.
He only knew Jesus through visions. It says it. He admits it. You want me to tell Paul that what he said was all bullshit?
Well, sir, it sounds like you do believe in the magic book.
I believe that he believes that something was speaking to him, and he thinks it's Jesus.
And it sounds like you believe in your interpretation of the.
Do I believe in it to give critique on it? Does that mean I believe in it?
Well,
didn't we just talk about this the other day, and you understood?
No, calm down.
Good.
Calm down, sir.
I was afraid you might have forgotten.
Mean you believe in it. It's okay. You don't have to believe in it.
Chris.
You don't have to believe in the case.
Yeah. Hold on.
You don't have to believe in Paul or any of that.
Tommy, Chris is holding a guitar. Chris, what kind of guitar is that?
No, Will.
I'm gonna ask him. It's pretty. It's a Strat style.
You're gonna take a scolding, is what you're gonna do.
If that's what you think you're doing, Tommy.
Well, that's what I'm attempting to do, Will, because
HSS.
You are the one who is adding to the gospel. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying now? Adding to the gospel? What did I add to the gospel that's not present in the book, sir?
I'm done.
No. You want to sharpshoot me? What did I add to the gospel that's not in the book? Please go ahead.
You said it.
You just accused me of adding to the gospel. Can you back that claim up?
Rewind the tape.
I don't think you. You can't say it again? Did it already slip your mind?
I'm just not going to work.
Then I'm going to dismiss your accusation as being empty.
That would probably be best. Welcome, Chris.
That humbucker single, man. Look at that thing. What's the? I mean, I don't want to call you out or whatever, but like,
single, man. This is just a cheap guitar I bought off of Amazon. I mean, I don't want to call you out or whatever, but like,
you got a tab open, Bubba.
This is just a cheap guitar I bought off of Amazon. I mean, I don't want to call you out or whatever, but like,
Somebody does.
I have two things on at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to stay on mute and hang out.
No, not yet. Not yet. I got to ask you something. I got to ask you about your guitar. Okay, because I love Amazon guitars.
Oh.
All right. Yeah. So what brand is that?
I don't know.
Look at the headstock.
Where would I see it at? Oh.
Where the tuners are. Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes. It looks like RVONE. Oh, haven't heard of it, but that's I love Amazon guitars. Cheap guitars
It was
are awesome.
some package on Amazon for like $200.
They have a little amp with it, a little tiny amp.
Yeah.
A little gig bag.
And a tuner, a little tuner you clip on the thing.
Excellent.
I never play it, but I got it out because JG told me to.
Oh, I didn't mean for Tommy to leave. I guess he was.
I didn't want Tommy to leave either. I just wanted to sit here and strum my guitar.
I just wanted to ask you about it first. He can come back and chastise me about nonsense if he wants to.
I guess I shouldn't have come in. Oh well.
Well, Halcy
Tommy,
left
come
too,
back.
So.
Come back and talk to Will. I was just strumming my guitar, giving something for people to look at, and amusing myself.
Did Tommy leave because
Hi,
he
Halcy.
was hello? Yeah, why did Tommy take off?
Guitars make him nervous. We fearmonger him with guitars. We're Theo Bully guitarists.
Right. Oh, that's a new category. Theo Bully guitarists.
Yeah, you're in the hot seat right now.
I know.
Halcy.
I don't know why. I guess I'm taking Tommy's place in the hot seat.
Well, now it's just crowded with people that don't believe like Tommy.
It's not going to make for very good content.
Like continuity issues, right? Because I can't. It says JG says Tommy left. I guess there was more than 3 seconds where the attention wasn't directly on his stuff. Stop talking like that. Oh, that's your cat. Okay.
Yes, he's got some stuff to say.
Yeah. Well, I thought you were nagging. That's the sound of nagging to me. I was like, oh, that's why I don't like cats, because they just nag.
Hey.
See?
Hey.
See?
He's
like,
just
"Pick up your
demanding.
socks."
He's demanding petting. It's time for that, I suppose. I guess
We're killing JG's stream accidentally.
I
We
know.
turned it into small talk. Even though
I know we should do a bunch of really boring.
We should talk about something related to. Let's see, what's the title? No, it's talking about playing tunes in the meantime. But
I'm the one that's following the title.
That's true. That's true. You're all on top of that. There's St. Thomas. He's back.
I needed more attention.
Of course you did.
Like a grand re-entry.
There you go. Put him in the right place.
Thank
there
you
he
so
is.
much. Thank you so much.
You feel better now?
I think so.
I'm just going to mute up and let you babble.
Uh-huh. Is that what you want me to do?
Unless you want to have honest conversation about things.
Oh, you sound like Eric.
If Eric's telling you to have honest, direct conversation, then yeah, I sound like Eric. And Eric and I, that's not an insult. We're not at war or anything like that. You understand? Eric and I, we don't love each other or anything, but we get along. We're not scrapping over petty shit. I was just talking to him the other night.
Me?
I'm saying that you're the antithesis of that.
I mean, did you crave my attention?
I kind of just want to mock you a little bit.
Were you bored? Were you bored when I left?
Yes, I was.
And I missed you too. Oh, the attention. Oh. And now I've got your attention. And now what am I going to do with it?
Squander
What
it.
am I going to do? Maybe. But I've got your attention.
Definitely.
I've got your attention, Will. One who goes around making biblical knowledge claims in a magic book that he does not hold belief in.
I'm sorry. Did you read that book yet?
Do you still not believe in it? How about now?
I don't believe you've read it yet.
That's just a sidestep.
Oh, it's not. It's not. You don't get to question me on the Bible if you haven't read it.
Irrelevant. Irrelevant how many times.
How would you know my answers were true if you hadn't read the material? You couldn't grade me on what I said. You don't know the material.
There's someone called the Holy Spirit.
Oh, Christ. Here we go.
No, the Holy Spirit.
Oh, they're not the same?
There's someone you asked, how would you know?
Is the Holy Spirit God?
We've never read the Bible 7 times.
You haven't read it once. You haven't read it once.
You haven't read it once. Yeah, not even once.
I mean, I could get a ruling from just about any Christian that you should at least read it one time. You don't have to, but it's really good if you at least read it.
Which Bible is
they don't care. They don't care. As long as you read
one.
one.
About you, sunshine. I mean, sir.
I don't give a shit which one you read.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't think you get much out of the King James. I'm sure you've wrestled with it before.
Making biblical knowledge claims, and you haven't even read the Bible.
I haven't read the Bible. I'm sorry, did I not read the right version?
That's what I'm saying, Will. You say you've read the Bible.
I've read the King James version as well. I'm sure that's what you're talking about.
Which Bible is the Bible in your mind?
The Torah.
Oh, you esteem the Torah? Not the
I don't
Kabbalah.
esteem it. I don't esteem it. It's mythology.
Not the you esteem it as mythology.
It's yes, it's a standalone piece. The New Testament doesn't quite overlay.
You hold belief that the Torah is mythology.
Yep, sure do. Astrotheology.
And you got Zoroastro theology? What?
No, not Zoroastrian. Not completely. Not till the latter part of it.
It's nice to see a man come out of the closet, Will.
Really? You probably see that more often than I do.
About what you believe about the magic book.
I
haven't
hid it.
The one you besmirch regularly. You do as much complaining about Christianity as Ace.
You got a problem with that?
I'd say that's just a notation.
Are you suggesting there's something morally wrong with that?
No, it's just a notation.
Really? So you're about your feelings then? You're feeling some kind of way about what I'm doing?
Of course.
Okay, well, I'll let you have your feelings then. Can't argue with that.
You. Complaining about Christianity, about Jill, or about whoever.
No, I'm trying to get Jill help so that he can get his driver's license.
Day after day, seeking out interlocutors that somehow fit to help you crystallize your logic and your rationale concerning the magic book. Yes, I sometimes suspect that you may fear the law. Yes. The law, Will.
Yes.
The law.
Oh, yes, the law. Which law?
Which you held so much.
Well, it's not the law about marijuana. I break that one every fucking day.
No. I'm flying.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that law.
I'm flying over the target now, Buster. Yes, sir.
So did you have an actual complaint about my complaining or criticizing your belief in the book you haven't read?
Not at this time.
But it gets under your skin that I point out that you haven't read the book, but you're claiming to represent the God in the book.
Which book?
Let's say Matthew.
The book of books?
No, I said the book of Matthew.
The Bible? Which is
I mean, I could pick any book in the Bible.
Uh-huh.
And you haven't read that one.
You're sure of that, are you?
I'm not positive about Matthew. I picked the most commonly read.
Okay.
It's the most commonly read because it's the first in the New Testament. So
Tell me,
baby Christians go to Matthew and then they wrestle with Matthew, and that's
well,
why
look,
where I think you are.
you may surmise how much of the Bible I've, quote, comprehended by the
Oh, not
word,
much. No,
by
yeah,
the,
I surmise not
see,
much.
there you go.
Would you like to
You-
talk about some of it? We could even bring it up and
well,
look
wait a
at
minute.
it.
I want you to afford me about 20 seconds without
Have
over
30.
no 20. Okay, without butting in with a little clever retort. Now, as Darth Dawkins would say, now that I've squandered 10 seconds, um, I think you may surmise how much of the Bible I've read by the precepts and words that come out of my pie hole, if you indeed have comprehended any of the Bible that I myself have comprehended, of which you say I have not comprehended any of it. And how would you know such a thing unless you comprehended all of it? That's all. Back to you, Will. You may interject now with your clever little retorts.
I'm sorry. In the meantime, while you were saying that, did you somehow read the Bible? Because if you didn't, I'm not going to give you the credence to question me about it. You can't
Well,
you can't assess my answer because you have nothing to relate it to. You don't refer to the Bible in anything that you say, so it doesn't matter if I answer you about it. You can't correct me. You can't chastise me. You don't know what you're talking about.
okay. Well, apparently you have read the Bible and you have comprehended the Bible, and you comprehend that I do not communicate biblical understandings.
I don't discuss theology with people who haven't read the Bible.
Okay, well, that sounds kind of a little bit, how do they say, snooty? A little bit snooty, but
I
hey,
learned it from the host of this show.
it's your standard.
Yeah, this is
No,
something I
that's
learned
a
from JG.
diversion. That's a diversion
No,
around.
it's not. It's a brilliant way to eliminate pointless conversations.
The point is that you have read and comprehended the Bible. That is the point. But even as those
I
words,
accept that assertion.
even as the words come out of my mouth, maybe you're realizing that you have not read and comprehended, quote, the Bible.
Oh, but how would you know?
I'm just saying.
Okay, well, and you're exactly right. You're just saying, but you haven't read it, so you're just making sounds at me.
To the contrary, I haven't read it.
Oh, good. So you can't evaluate my answer. Perfect.
No, I can evaluate your answer.
You fool yourself.
And my credibility does not rest on my claims.
Do you refer to the Bible as the source of truth?
Bible.
I'm sorry. Do you refer to the Bible as a source of truth to make moral judgments and ethical judgments?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how would you do that if you haven't read it, Sweet Pea?
By reading some of it.
Oh, picking and choosing, cherry picking. That's popular amongst Christians. Okay, good.
Exactly.
So then you don't have any ground to go against Ace for cherry picking.
Well, I do nonetheless.
He just cherry picked a different part of the Bible than you. So I guess you're on.
I never said he didn't.
I'm just saying it just takes all the sting out of anything you say about him. You've done the same thing he's done.
My credibility does not rest on how much I claim I comprehend.
I hope credibility isn't your goal.
No, quit interrupting, for fuck's sake. You're getting on my nerves. Thank you. My credibility, may the credibility of the words that come out of my mouth establish their own credibility. Not because I say, I read the Bible and I comprehended it. I read it 7 times. I read 17 versions of Greek and ancient Hebrew and Aramaic. And I read the Parable of the Cave by Socrates and Plato. And may the truth stand on its own, not because of my claims of being a serious Bible student of the law. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Make your little biblical knowledge claims, Will. You've read it. And you comprehend it, allegedly. And you shit can it. Yep. And it gets on your nerves, sir, if other pilgrims have not rejected it out of terror and disappointment. But which brings me to my next question. You said to me one time when we were in a hangout, you said, Tommy, do you want to know why I no longer believe? And I said, of course not, but yes, I do.
Are you sure how that it didn't go down that way, did it?
Well,
Be
that's
honest.
how I recall it.
Yeah, you asked me questions. I didn't come to you with that shit.
Okay, well, that's whatever. Why? You want to confess?
I'm just saying, can you get even close to the truth in anything that you say?
Yes, I can, but do you want
See you do it.
Do you want to confess why?
No, tell the story. Tell your story, but do it honestly.
No. I'm not going to tell the narrative, respin the narrative.
Well, you just finished crying, and then you went to asking me a question. What do you want to do, man?
I just wondered if you want to confess why you no longer believe in the Bible or believe in God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Why don't you believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Why are you asking me a question that you've already asked me and answered? You just admitted that was asked and answered. Why don't you steel man it back? Why don't you tell me what I told you? Prove that it wasn't a waste of my time to tell you the first time.
I'm afraid only God can do that.
I'm afraid you weren't listening the first time and you wouldn't listen to this time either. So, I mean, what's the point of talking to you about it?
Well, apparently none.
Tell me what I told you last time.
I said no. I'm not going to reframe the narrative.
Right. So I'm not going to repeat myself.
Either you want to confess or you don't.
I surely don't need to confess to you.
I didn't say need. I said want.
No, I don't want to repeat myself to you. You keep forgetting.
Exactly. So let's just move along to.
Do you have something biblical you'd like to talk about? Maybe another Christian can talk to you about Bible stuff.
I said let's move along to a more edifying topic. You don't want to confess.
Well, if I told you about the things,
God, okay.
Okay, fine. The things that I confessed to you last time, I understand why you don't forget it. It's because I pointed out contradictions in the book you haven't read.
You found contradictions in the Bible, uh-huh.
And you wouldn't be able to evaluate it, would you?
That's it?
Could you evaluate it if I mentioned the stories?
High school student can find biblical contradictions. I mean,
oh, really? Is it that easy?
Is it that easy?
Yeah, apparently that's what you just said.
Apparently it is. So there goes Will. He found contradictions. I think it might run a little deeper than that, Will.
So you think there's contradictions? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it. I think it might run a little bit deeper than that.
Oh, really? What is it then?
Because you did believe in God, and now you don't.
Not Yahweh, nope.
And now I said the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
And I said Yahweh.
I think it might run a little deeper than just, I found a contradiction in canon.
Cool, why don't you explain it?
I mean KJV. No, I'm still trying to figure you out, sir. Who could explain God's you except God? And maybe you.
Are you suggesting that you know the fella?
I do know him.
Nice.
What? Do you doubt my word?
Do you have his phone number? Maybe his business card?
I have one of his associates' phone numbers.
Oh, really?
Would
you like to share that sacred number?
No, not at this time, but
give him a little ringy ding ding.
I think there's a local host in the neighborhood who has it.
Oh, really? I look forward to having a one-on-one sit down talk with the creator of the universe and getting a couple things hashed out.
Well, why wait?
Yeah, because I don't have his number. That's what I just said. Do you have a way to contact him?
Have you tried communicating through the ceiling?
Yes.
How's that worked out for you?
It feels like it's a little better sounding, and when I do it in the shower, and I'm doing it at the ceiling, but
Uh,
I don't know that it's really making the transmission reach.
have you never had a single prayer answered in any way, in any subjective way whatsoever?
Say that again?
You heard me.
No, I didn't.
Oh, well.
For someone who always asks someone to repeat their question, please don't deny me that courtesy.
All right. Okay. Have you never had a single prayer answered in any subjective way?
Yes, I have subjectively considered things, circumstances being beneficial as my prayers being answered. Yes, subjectively, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, yes, subjectively beheld. Yes, or subjectively, shall I say, perceived.
You may.
Thank you. Nothing fails like prayer. Oh, so sad. Very sad, truly. And yet I mock your pain. You've got hard prayer experience. And I sit here and laugh about it? That doesn't sound good.
No, you can. Go ahead.
No, that doesn't sound good.
Listen, I don't mind you doing it. You couldn't be harder on me about it than I was. I feel genuine shame for my time believing. That's how I know most conclusively that I was a believer, because I feel ashamed that I did. And I behaved. I let it dictate my behavior to the point that my family suffered due to my desire to be obedient to that God.
And you blame that on the law?
No, I blame it on myself for being gullible and not reading honestly and critically.
Did it have anything to do with the law?
No, it didn't have anything to do with the law.
No.
You want it to go to the law. You want it to be about the law, because the law is something that you think you can argue. But again, where would your reference point be? Where do they hide that law? Oh, in that book you haven't read.
You speak truthfully.
Right. So if you just want to ask me what...
The law is something that I can argue.
You can?
Yes.
All right, go on, argue a law.
No, sir.
You'd have to argue an authority that I don't believe in, and that'll just leave you flat on your ass.
You said I could not. You said that. You rewind this little conversation.
Do you think that you can argue the law?
Yes.
Okay, which law?
Do you think I can argue the law?
No.
I know that's what you said earlier. So you have crystallized beliefs about what the law is and what
I could ask you a few questions.
And what the law is not.
Yeah, I could ask you a few questions.
You, sir, have crystallized. I'll double down.
You want to find out?
You have crystallized fears about what you believe the law is and what the law is not.
Okay, that's a lot of sounds. Do you want to find out what you believe the law is? Because we can find out if you believe.
On thick is not. Yeah.
No, I can peel right through this and find out what your thoughts on the law are.
Because you know the law, eh?
I do.
Oh, you know the law. Will Freeman knows the law.
I memorized a great deal of it.
Torah, and he knows. Oh, you've done your research.
Yeah, see, the thing about that group of people. Let me respond, please. That thing about those people, the Seventh-day Adventists that you like to mock, is they are heavy. I would like to finish. I'd like to finish.
Finish it to somebody else.
Okay, so I guess that was a mature quit. I'm going to finish my statement about Seventh-day Adventists, Tommy, because I know that you're going to be listening. Your ego demands that you listen. So, Seventh-day Adventists, you can say a lot about them, but they're serious about learning the laws because they're legalists. So they know the Old Testament a lot better than your average Protestant. Just so you know. They read that book that you're afraid to open. Hey, JG, I'm not Serb, so I won't. I'm not just gonna talk to your side chat in your absence.
I guess I missed St. Tommy leaving again.
Yes, it was an ungraceful dismount.
No. Did you upset him, Will?
Of course. Well, I mean, he basically upsets himself.
I see.
I understand that he's really sensitive about me pointing out he hasn't read his source material at all. And I don't let him wiggle out of it. And instead of just remedying the problem by reading the source material, he'd rather just come up with creative ways to avoid reading the book that he thinks is true. So I find it fascinating. I could follow that kind of psychosis for a while and document it.
It would be really interesting if he read some and found a spot, that bothered him, that didn't entirely make sense, to bring it and talk about it. But
Well, if he reads it, he'll find out that a lot of the things that he does and gives himself a pass for may not be a legitimate pass. So he could just claim ignorance on Judgment Day, I suppose. Oh, I
thought I understood it. Yeah.
I talked good about the book I didn't read.
I defended it a hell of a lot. Yeah.
I mean, I don't believe the book, but I've read what it says a lot.
And I've listened to what other people think of it.
Like, if Jesus on Judgment Day wants to talk at all about it, we can discuss it. I can at least point out why I think what I think or thought what I thought. I wonder if like JG's like lifting weights or sharpening an axe or like cleaning a carburetor. He just lets the stream go. Or is it something more creative? Maybe he's writing a book.
Maybe he's just like folding and unfolding a piece of paper randomly and just sort of staring off into space while we talk about.
I think he's studying awkward situations, and he's like puts people in them, and then documents, like makes notes about how they respond.
That's very interesting. Yes.
We're like rats in JG's maze. He brings us in. He brings St. Tommy, and he's like, "Let's see what happens when I put Chris in there with let's see, Will Freeman and Halcy." All right, how long? Let's document it. Starts at 10, 15.
I like that idea. I'm gonna picture JG in like a lab coat now. From now on, with clipboard and everything.
Coming at you with a big syringe of glowing yellow chemical.
Like in Reanimator.
Strange, but since we're talking about Jesus, Reanimator is appropriate.
True.
Well, are there no other Christians? Is there no one else? Are you not entertained? We just awkwardly left here.
Peter's out there. He could come in.
Peter doesn't talk to people that can talk.
That makes no sense. But I guess, he wouldn't, right?
No, I think he talks to animals and stuff. I think he probably, like, I imagine him in his backyard feeding squirrels and got like this one pet duck that he adopted, and he didn't tell anyone about it because that's his soft side. But yeah, I can see Peter talking to the animals. They don't give him any guff. You ever seen a sassy duck?
They're sassy by nature.
Hey, watch it.
Are they not?
They're rapist by nature.
That's sassy.
That's not sassy.
It's extra sassy.
You have a weird idea of what sassy is. Uh-oh, Peter has 3 cats and 3 humans. I hope that they have different living situations. We have litter boxes for all of them. Are these humans? Are these humans? Like, have you raised them since they hatched? I mean, where did you acquire the 3 humans?
He chose 3 out of the 6 of the litter.
I'm hoping that's like a wife and 2 kids or something.
You may buy them from the nations about you.
That's funny, yeah. That's funny. I think Jill would say you're employing them. He's hired 3 humans. Great benefit package with Peter, I hear.
Security, so much that you can't actually leave. You won't mind. You won't mind.
You are so safe here. It's like you've got a bunch of barbed wire fences around you. Peter, how can you be jealous for your humans? Why don't you come in and explain? And your cats, I think. Is jealous the right word? Halcy, are you ever jealous for your cats?
Only because they have really cool, like, furry suits.
No, that's jealous of your cats.
Okay.
He said, I'm jealous for my humans and my cats.
For them.
And that's
How do you
what
be
I
jealous
need.
for someone or something?
He picked that because that's from the Bible. Or that's the way they like to spin the thing about Yahweh calling himself jealous. He said, my name is jealous. Which is a weird thing for a God to say, yeah. But he's saying that he's jealous for our love and affection and attention. He's jealous for the praise of his humans and his cats. Like God is. So, how can you be jealous for the attention of your cats?
Meaning that he wants them to come to him and give him attention?
He says jealous means vigilant and guarding a possession.
Okay.
It seems like vigilant would be the term then. Vigilant.
Vigilantly desiring the attention of cats.
I'm vigilant or protective over my humans and cats. I could see that, but jealous implies that you're afraid someone will take them.
Like possessive, sort of.
Right, and that's a weird thing for a Yahweh to be worried about. I'm worried that someone's going to take my humans.
He's got so many of them, and they just keep coming. Like.
Right, as far as I can tell, it's death that takes humans. Like if he wanted to keep us, maybe he should get rid of that whole death thing. We wouldn't go away. This is where a Christian will say, but he did get rid of death.
Right, through the weird sacrifice of the somewhat human that can't actually die.
Right, by man God who defeated death by coming back from the dead. But he didn't. Some people say he laid his life down and took it up again, and others say that the Father raised him. But either way, somehow that booga booga means that death no longer has any effect on people as long as they believe that Jesus completed that mission.
I mean, I guess what we needed Jesus to resurrect to sort of prove to everyone that that salvation and rising from the dead and having a second life would be a thing, because otherwise, Jesus would have just been dead and gone, and that would be, to me, a more of a sacrifice. But how would they treat that situation? I mean, I guess salvation is really the huge part of all this, isn't it?
Well, the interesting part is that the entire time that he's dead, it's over the Sabbath, the Jewish time of like don't do anything.
Right. Don't work. Don't rest. Don't start
Right.
a fire. Yeah.
Yeah. So during, like, he just took a Sabbath and did nothing, literally nothing. You know what I mean? Like, he died.
Right.
So, but then as soon as Sabbath is over, he's back up and on it again. That's
so
pretty godlike.
Setting the example for everyone. This is what you're supposed to. This is how you're supposed to act during the Sabbath. You're supposed to
well, only if he paid the penalty, then that means that's what the penalty is for everyone. Because like you can't just pay a piece of the penalty. So death is basically some sort of Sabbath, right? Because if I had to serve 20 years and Jesus is like, I'll take his penalty, and he does 2 years of that 20. And then he's like, okay, I'm done. Well, there's still 18 years left unaccounted for. So which is the actual penalty? Are you taking all of it by just doing a Sabbath? You know what I'm saying? Like for it to be, what's the word? Consideration. Like equal consideration. You understand what I mean?
Trying to get your meaning.
If death is forever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, Chris is talking. Go ahead, Chris. Okay, maybe not.
I heard something.
Okay, well, anyway, maybe it was JG. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, he's talking about Darth. That's what he's... Well, we are busy. We are talking. But if you just want us to not talk... JG. Okay, he wants to do it. He wants to do a thing, and he doesn't want to tell us directly. He just wants to use the chat, the outside chat, to tell us.
Does he want to just play music instead of having people that don't disagree?
No. Okay. No, he wants to watch Shannon, Q, and Darth. I've seen all of them multiple times, but I'm sure he'd enjoy hearing Darth's voice. It's very crystallizing, as Tommy would say. So, yeah, if that's what he wants to do, I'll go ahead and bow out so he can, I think he calls it critique.
Have his stage back. Yeah.
You don't want to hear my input. And I definitely don't want to hear Darth's rude ass. He's kind of disgusting, man. I don't prefer him.
I mean, I'll criticize him in ways that I'm sure won't be appreciated.
Yeah, most of my critique would be on Darth refusing. It's basically making chess moves or whatever to avoid having to let the other party answer completely. He wants to zero them in on his script and hold them to his script and assign them ideas that they don't hold so that he can argue with those ideas. That's what he's prepared to do.
Right. I just, I can't help but see just the dishonest tactics. And that's what stands out to me. And everything else kind of fades into the background, to be honest. Like the other stuff that he's saying doesn't matter to me as much as his dishonest tactics.
JG, why can't you just address us directly? I mean,
why don't you come in and you can start the video and start critiquing? And I mean, if people wanted that.
I'm not interested.
No, okay. But I mean, if that's what he wants to do.
No, I understand his questions, but he doesn't give anyone a chance to even respond to his questions because he knows it would unravel his whole bullshit. So he has to try and hold them to the script and get them where he wants them to go and assign them a position that he's prepared to argue with. Well, then, Peter, won't you come in here and point them out? I notice you don't come in here and do much.
I've heard Peter in there a few times in the past.
Okay, So,
Yeah.
so what Darth is arguing about is what he believes the necessity to reference God as the starting point and the foundational thing for all knowledge, right? That's what he wants to get people into, excluding everything else, and then to claim that God is the only answer for this. It's impossible that any God but the God of the Bible to fill that role, without considering anything else. And again, this is a presupposed idea that the scriptures contain truth. So it's no better than saying, based on my best guess, I concur, or I have concluded that everything I believe is true because the Bible says something similar to it. And as long as we don't investigate the Bible's claims, whether they're true or not, I can stand firm in this. So that's why Darth and really most presups don't like to go into the Bible and see the problems, because that means they have to do mental gymnastics right there inside the book. And that's against the rules.
I mean, in essence, isn't he just Darth? Isn't he arguing about something that he, claims is true but can't verify it?
Yeah,
That's
like all the
the bottom
presups,
line.
he needs you to give him something because his own worldview doesn't have legs to stand on. So what he has to do is get you to a script that's meant to basically point out that no knowledge, nothing that you could know, you could truly be certain about. And they like to exclude themselves from that. They like to say, okay, because I can prove that you can't be absolutely certain about what you believe, and I've already presupposed that I can be certain about the Bible, I have some sort of foundation that's better than yours. But again, that goes back to the subjective presupposition that the Bible and the claims in it are true, and without examining it and really understanding it, and just deciding that church authorities, a group of men who made decisions about it, were guided by some mysterious holy booga booga.
If any of that process was corrupt in the motivations of those people and how they made decisions about, this information that we can't even verify, even if they brought, these texts and said these are all in the exact words that they were written originally in, it still is faulty because it's not, they didn't just appear there magically because God, inscribed them into or put them on paper himself. It's the human
There's
is
no
the weak
evidence
link.
for that. Yeah, there's no evidence.
There's no evidence that the words came from God, and B, if you put them through man as the funnel or the filter, then it's going to be faulty. There's no way for it to be perfect in that scenario. So you're already starting with like a faulty product from like the first minute.
Is William still here?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going, Kev?
Hey, I don't got much time. I'm getting ready to go into the gym. I just got out of work. But I just briefly wanted to talk to you, William, because I think you kind of understand what it means to. So what Darth was trying to do is he's trying to give a transcendental argument for God, right? So transcendental arguments would be like, if P, therefore Q. If Q, therefore P.
Would you like to give the premises and the conclusions that you're talking about so we can examine that argument?
See, it's not that presubs don't go over reasons to believe or examine things from Scripture. What they're trying to do is trying to get people that reject the Bible, people that reject God, and they want them to think deeply and give an account for how they can have a worldview, how they can think of things. Like, for example, one would be, well, William, do you believe the laws of logic exist?
I'm sorry, were you going to give me your premises and your conclusion?
Well,
I heard you say if A, then not B or whatever. So you're aware of how syllogisms work. So do you have a logical syllogism for the transcendental argument for God?
No, transcendental arguments don't use syllogisms.
So they're not logical then?
No, it is. It's a transit. It's if Q therefore P, right?
So you
if
could do
God,
that.
therefore,
Okay.
That's a premise. But
Right, that's a premise. So if God, therefore, or what? Because God, what?
so what's your
Like,
second premise?
well,
If
yeah,
Q therefore P, what's your second premise?
well, it depends on what you're asking about. Are you asking about knowledge claimed? Are you asking about intelligibility?
we're
Are you
talking
asking
about
about
the
morality?
tag. We're talking about the transcendental argument for God. Why God must be the reference in all knowledge.
Oh, why is God the necessary precondition? Because that's who
Yeah,
God is
I
by
want to.
definition.
Right, I'd like a syllogism, please.
You want a syllogism of why God is necessary?
Right, if it's logical, then we can use the tool that logic is and put this into a logical syllogism, so I can understand your argument.
Well, I suppose you could form it into a syllogism. I don't have that prepared.
Well, we can talk when you do.
Well, here's the thing, because transcendental, you would have to take each thing step by step, right? So if you wanted to make an argument of why God is necessary for knowledge, you could do that. If you wanted to make an argument why God is necessary for morality, you could do that. They would all be different. If you want to say syllogisms, if you want to form it into a syllogism, you could. But all transcendental arguments are designed to do is to show the absurdity of the denial.
Right, but I'd like to see that in an actual syllogism so that it can be examined, not just rhetorically implied.
Well, not every logical argument has to be in the form of a syllogism. There's other kinds of argumentation as well. But I'm sure if you wanted to formulate something into a syllogism, you probably could.
Well, there's lots of way to sell the product, but I prefer like evidence to support each individual claim that someone says this is true and absolutely true, and there can be nothing to the contrary. That's when I like, well, then to get to that point, you must have had some evidence that I can examine.
Well, you see, and then I could pick apart what you're saying there. Like, what constitutes evidence? Does truth actually exist? How do you know what's truth?
Well, I would say that I would say truth is the value of a statement, like a claim, like whether it's based on facts. And so I want evidence of facts from reality.
Right. So when you're talking about facts, you're invoking the law of identity, right?
Well, that a thing is a thing, yeah.
Yeah. So this is what we're getting at, is that in order to have a cohesive or a coherent argument or understanding of things, or to even talk like we are right now, words have to have meanings, things have to mean things, facts have to be actual. All we're doing is asking, how do you account for these things from a worldview where there is no God that sustains them?
Oh, because people have come up with ways to be able to comprehend what we're talking about, what we're communicating to each other.
But then it's just arbitrary.
Subjective?
Both. Yes, it would be arbitrary, subjective, both.
Do you have something that you can demonstrate is objective?
Yeah, sure. Up is up.
Because we
is
call
that necessarily
it
true?
Where up for us is down for someone else, isn't it?
No, that's incoherent.
Oh, really? We're not on a sphere?
Yeah,
that's not what I'm
more
talking
like
about.
Out, right? It's not really up. It's just
I'm
out
not
from
talking
your
about where you're based on the globe, William. Don't play games with me. You know that's not what I mean. I'm talking about
trying,
like
okay. So you mean reality? You mean reality is objective?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll agree with you that reality is objective.
Right, and so then I'd ask you why.
What do you mean?
Like, how can you trust anything? Do you base all truth based on your sense perceptions? You know, your senses: touch, taste, smell, sight, hearing.
Yeah, I trust them, but with an awareness that they're not perfectly reliable. I trust them to be what they are.
Can your senses be misconceiving things? Can they be wrong? Can they be deceived?
I just said that.
So then you can't fully trust your senses just based on your senses alone.
I know. I don't ever just assume absolute certainty about things.
Can anything be certainly known?
That reality is existence.
What does that mean?
that all things that exist, they comprise reality, what we call reality.
Yeah. So do you believe in do you believe there's a rhyme and reason to all things, or is everything just disconnected?
Rhyme and reason. Reason is something that minds do. So we
Correct.
reason our way through systems. We do notice patterns using our reasoning, and we harness the information that we gain. So there's reason in the way that we do things. There's a reason in the way that animals do things that we don't completely understand, but it works for their survival. So I mean, when you say,
Well,
is
I
there a
mean, in a
reason
world
in
where
things?
no, but I'm saying so if there's no rhyme or reason, if everything is just random, right? If we live in a chance world, then nothing could be known, right? Because today, um, the color blue, right? For example, the blue could be blue today, but tomorrow it's possible that it's actually purple,
Do you
and
feel
then the
like
next day it's red.
do you feel like that you can rely upon uniformity of nature?
The reason why I hold to the law of identity, and I believe I can ground identity states,
That
is
wasn't my
because it's
question.
God's mind
That wasn't
that
my
sustains.
question. I said, do you feel like you can rely on uniformity in nature?
I can rely on God who grounds those things.
Ah, okay, that's fine. If you believe that, see, I don't rely on God to ground those things. So I imagine that the sun is going to rise at the same, like the way that it's supposed to tomorrow, that night's going to be around the time that it's supposed to be. But if I was a believer, I'd still have to make room in my understanding for end of days when the skies, rolled up, like scrolls, and the elements burn with fervent heat, and wormwood crashes into the earth and burns. I mean, there's all these things that God's going to do that we can't predict. No one knows the day or time or the hour, but it's going to definitely interrupt the conformity of nature. So I don't have
Well,
to
wait,
consider that. You do.
but you're talking about the eschaton, and God tells us to be ready, and as He says that the believers, His children, are not appointed to wrath, so they're
My
not going to
point
face the wrath.
exactly. I agree.
So,
Hold on. My point exactly though. What you're saying is that nature is determined to change. The things that we believe that are consistent in nature are definitely going to be unreliable because God has determined that this is all going to get turned up down. And for those that turned upside down, but those that are raptured, sure, it's not a problem for you or what. So you don't need to worry about that kind of stuff. So you don't even need to rely on uniformity
William,
in nature.
do you know what a red herring is, William?
Why don't you give me another example?
Yeah. So what you did is you just changed the topic. You brought something up that is completely unrelated to what we were talking
I
about.
don't
You
think
got
I did. I don't think I did.
No, because you asked me about the uniformity of nature, right? It's basically things being consistent over time. Things are
Yes.
regular, like the sun rising, the sun setting, winter,
Yes.
fall, spring, summer. Things that we can that we can account for, we can predict because it's
Mm-hmm.
testable, demonstratable, it's repeatable.
Yes.
Right? Like the law of gravity is consistent over time.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, so I give account of those things because this is my point. See, and you're talking about the rapture and the eschaton when God destroys nature. That's a red herring.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
No, because we're both are relying. We both feel like we have our reasons to believe the sun's going to come up and the nature is going to do what it does because we've had a pattern of that behavior that we can deduce. We can say, hey, this is going to continue because it has. What I don't have to consider is what the book says is going to happen later. I don't even have to think about it. So for me, it's going to be consistent because that's the way the universe works. But if you take your book and say, okay, at the end, you just called it the eschaton, whatever you want to call it, that shit hits the fan and nature goes awry. A third of the trees and grass are gone.
Yeah,
The
God does that
water
as
is
a
all
judgment on the earth for the
sure.
people.
Fine,
So
fine. Doesn't matter. The point is he's telling you at some unknown time, all of your trust in nature is just going to be blown out of the water. Okay, so you have to worry about that eventuality. I never have to consider it as
No,
real.
I don't, because it says his children are not appointed to wrath. I don't have to worry about it. I warn others, hey, get
Well,
right with God so you don't have to go through that time. Now,
unless you're
back
wrong
to
about
the
your own
topic.
salvation. Unless you're wrong about your own salvation, and then you might want to just consider if you're wrong about your own salvation, you will deal with the same things that you think you won't deal with, right?
The point I was trying to get at, this is a red herring, my friend. The point I'm trying to get at is that because I can account for why things are this way, I can account for uniformity of nature and the things are regular, it's because of God. Right.
Okay,
Now,
so
if
can
you're
you?
saying, hang on, if you're saying
You're
there is no God,
no, I said that
then you,
Yahweh. There's no Yahweh,
well, then what God is it?
not Yahweh.
What God is it?
Don't worry about that. I don't discuss that with people
See,
that aren't in my cult.
that's dishonest.
It's not dishonest.
Yes, it is. Because if
Okay.
you're making a claim, it's not Yahweh, and then I'm saying,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
well,
saying it's
what
not
God is
Yahweh.
it? Then what
Do you
God
want
is
to
it?
challenge? Do you want to challenge me that it is Yahweh?
It has to be.
Prove it.
What other God
That's not how
has the
you prove
necessary
something.
attribute?
That's
Yes, it
not how
is.
you. It's not. You can't just say, "Hey, give me
William,
another idea." Prove that
listen,
your
I'm gonna
idea is
no.
correct.
This is your problem. You didn't understand at the beginning. If I can show the impossibility of it, the denial, that is a positive case for what I'm saying.
Okay.
If I can show you that it's impossible for any other God to meet the criteria, therefore Yahweh is necessary. That is a transcendental argument.
You want to show me evidence for this thing you're claiming or not? I asked for
Yeah,
a
the God of the
logical
Bible,
syllogism. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Show me.
the God of the Bible, has all the proper and necessary attributes that is required to be the ground of all being. He is all sufficient, all knowing, independent, and is dependent on no one, omnipresent, omnipotent.
Now
All these
prove
things
he
are what is
exists. Yeah, but I understand the
that,
claim. Now,
all
where's
those,
the evidence
now
for the
any
claim?
other. Well, hang on. All other religious, supposed religious systems, their gods fall short
Do you
in at
know
least one or
all
more area.
other religious systems? Are you claiming that you know all other religious systems?
All other religious systems fall into one of two
Well,
categories.
now prove that claim.
What?
Prove the claim that all others cannot account.
Okay, well, okay. Islam, for example, in the Quran, it says, "How can Allah have a son when he has no mate?" Therefore, meaning that Allah is dependent on something else in order to have a son. He's not all powerful. He would need a woman in order to have a mate.
Mm.
Therefore, Allah cannot be God. He cannot be sufficient. He's not powerful enough to maintain reality. He
Oh,
can't do it.
wait. Let me throw. Okay, so before we even get past Islam, so you're saying that one of the criteria is that Yahweh is not dependent on anything.
Yes, he is. He is self-sufficient.
Really? Now,
Absolutely.
doesn't he depend on the state of reality, the state of existence?
No,
Really? Where did he exist before he existed?
that's an incoherent question.
Right, it is. It is. So is the statement that he's not dependent on reality.
Well, that's the definition of God. God is independent. He's a necessary precondition for everything else.
So
That's
your
why
God
there's
is
only one.
independent of reality.
He is not dependent on reality.
Ah, is he separate from reality?
He's above it, beyond it, and in it.
So he's in reality, and you think there's something outside of reality that he could be in?
He's eternal, dude. He existed before reality. He created reality.
Those are time statements. I'm not talking about time. I'm talking about the
I'm not talking
nature
about
of,
time either. I'm talking about atoms, molecules.
you said you said eternity. That is a time thing. You are talking about time when you bring up eternity.
Well,
Do you understand?
I guess. Well, what I mean by eternity is just forever.
Right. It's on a timeline, though, isn't it?
That's debatable.
Well, it goes all the way back and all the way forward, but it's a timeline, right? For eternity.
Like I
If you're
said,
gonna first off,
without,
it's a concept that doesn't exist in reality. All right, it's a concept. There's no way for us to even conceive of it in reality. It's an abstract idea.
William, here's the thing: is that whatever the necessary precondition for everything else is has to be eternal, because the laws of thermodynamics tell us that matter cannot be created nor destroyed and
I
everything
agree.
winds down.
I
So
agree.
that means there has to be something that's above the law of thermodynamics.
Yes, reality.
So how is reality eternal and self-sustaining?
It's the necessary thing for anything, including anything eternal, to exist. Reality must first exist. Existence must.
Is reality made of molecules, DNA, things like that?
It contains all of those things, yes.
So how can things that are material be eternal?
Reality is everything that's material.
How can material be eternal, William?
It's not just things that are material, it's just all things that are. And eternity, time, is a thing that exists in reality. If eternity is a thing, it exists eternally in reality.
William, you're not making sense.
I would be to some people.
What you're arguing for is essentially the universe itself is eternal, but the problem is that's a self-contradiction, because the universe is made of atoms. It's made of material, rocks, minerals, DNA.
They don't go anywhere. They don't go anywhere. They change or whatever.
Yeah.
But matter.
Matter always tends towards decay and disorder, which means it has a time limit, which means it can't be eternal.
Right. So if God is the only thing
above that created things.
So you're saying God, that everything is made out of God?
No. I'm saying that God is necessary for there to be a universe to even talk about right now.
Right, and reality is necessary for there to be a God.
What do you mean by reality? Can you please define your term? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Everything that exists, that is in existence.
So you're talking about physical things, right? Metal,
all real things.
So are you talking about physical things?
No, even in my mind, the things that I think, those mental structures, those constructs exist. They just exist within my mind.
So you're saying everything physical and everything metaphysical is eternal?
No, I said that's in reality. Everything that's in reality is in existence. Everything that exists is in reality.
Has your mind always existed, William?
Not to my knowledge. I don't remember that.
That's ridiculous. The obvious answer is no.
Are you saying that? Why is that the obvious? I just said I can't remember it. You're asking about my mind. I don't remember the day I was born either. I was told the date of it, but I don't remember anything till I was about 4, apparently. Approximately 4.
Okay.
So I'm taking other people's word for me not just appearing here on Earth at 4 years old, or approximate that level of, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't remember it.
Okay.
So when you ask me how long my mind's been around, I can say since I was 4, as far back as I can remember. Outside of that, it may have existed in some fashion, but nothing where I retain any real memories of it. Do you understand?
That doesn't make sense.
It should. It's not really complicated what I'm saying, Kevin.
No, it doesn't make sense, because you're
asking me for information about my mind, not my brain, my mind. I would. You may even say my soul, my spirit, whatever. You're asking me something I can only have memories around 4 years old. So prior to that, it's amnesia. I don't know.
Okay.
Getting you all hyped up for your workout.
Yeah, I'm gonna go work out. I'm in the parking lot. I'm going in.
All right, man. It was good talking to you.
Okay, William. You gotta
Don't try to scare me about hell before you leave or anything, okay?
I'm not. I'm just saying you gotta be more rational, man, because you have things that are disjointed, disconnected, like things fit together.
I remember when I would have said the same thing about what I believe. When I was a Christian, I would have thought that about me. I understand your position. Oh, that was sweet, Chris. Well, anyway, JG, thanks. It was fun. It's about as much time as I can allot for this activity right now. Appreciate the hospitality.
Kevin was a great guest.
Yeah, I enjoy Kevin.
Yeah.
Chris was too, but he's been really quiet. He's just been quiet.
Okay, I'll tell a parable. And it's a parable about how what might be really good for one person might be really bad for another. So there was a mule, and the mule's owner packed its saddlebags with salt, and the mule was driven across the river. And when the mule got to the other side, the mule's weight was gone and it was really light. And the mule was dancing and celebrating. He had no weight anymore. He was so happy. And then a different master had a different mule, and he saw what happened to that mule, and he's like, I don't like that. So he packed the mule's bags with cotton, and that mule went across the river. And when he got to the other side, he couldn't hardly move anymore, and his bags weighed so much because the cotton had absorbed all the water. And that's how I view JG's show. That's how I view Ace's show. That's how I view the Christianity I was raised with. That's how I view the church down the street. A particular experience, a particular place, a particular group of people can have a different effect on different people based on what baggage they have from the past. That's one of the whatevers in this little book that has just basically a collection, one on each page, of things to help you see things in different ways. And I really like that one. That's why I'm always, that's why I'm like, there's a place in the world for Ace. There's a place in the world for JG. Not everyone's going to like Ace. Not everyone's going to like JG. And that's just how it is. I don't know if that's a story so much as a whatever parable. Oh no! Hopefully this isn't the chick that's all the cussing and stuff. I'll hang out for a little bit with Darth Dawkins and see if I can tolerate it, or whatever you're up for, JG.
Hope you got this for your recording. Hey, YouTube out there. You see what a lying scumbag she is, right? This is disgusting behavior, and she does it with a smile. It's disgusting.
You have a directive. I hate muting you, but please forgive me. Don't make me mute you, please. Okay, so if we backtrack just a step to be sure where we are.
No, he was muting me, not her. Okay?
I love your guys' passion. And so just to be sure that, in terms of where we are, maybe what we could also do too, because I know that there were two kind of arguments or kind of questions, cases that were being...
Look at the blank eating grin on her face. Because do you know why she's smiling? It's because she is temporarily succeeding at derailing answering my question.
Yeah, I was going to say she's succeeding in a stalemate right now.
Hey,
yes.
JG,
okay.
I appreciate you, but I'm
this
not
is why
really down for this. I'm going to go hang out outside, and I've had my fill. I do appreciate you letting me hang out here for a while. And you guys do whatever you want to do and have a blessed, happy evening. Bye.
No respect for her whatsoever. She's a very disingenuous, deceitful person. And she puts on this persona that she's genuine. She wants to have intelligent conversations. Tippy Bear, she told somebody in an interview recently that the reason why she started her YouTube channel is because she wanted to have intelligent adult conversations where people weren't over talking each other and adult interaction. And she has an email. Are you ready for that? I'm not making this up. She has an email that's entitled "Elevate the Discourse."
Yeah,
You can't make this stuff up.
She doesn't want to learn, and I feel like a lot of these they're like talking heads on Discord and on YouTube. They don't actually want to learn anything. They just want to make their point and stamp their feet.
Nope. So she's smiling here because she's realizing that she has so far successfully derailed me getting an answer from her about her atheism. Okay? Right? And she's smiling about it because she succeeded.
Or being made in the sense that one was kind of with Shannon kind of making a case that there might be an incoherence with the mind on Christianity, and also with Duncan's case and where he was headed. And so maybe if we take turns, is it okay if we do take turns where if Shannon wants to ask a question now?
What do you mean? She's been prevaricating, right? And he goes, oh, maybe it's Shannon's turn to ask some questions.
She hasn't unbelievable. Answered anything. She didn't answer one question.
No. She's been, I know I use this word a lot, but it's a perfectly accurate and appropriate word. She's prevaricating.
That's fine. I've been above.
And you can see her. She's got a little smirk on her face because she's like, ha, 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 I've succeeded.
Board, trying in good faith to answer her questions, and she's constantly evading and over talking me when I'm trying to get to
look at this. I said she's constantly over talking me and evading my questions. Look at her smiling.
I think she's uncomfortable. I think that's an
no.
You think that's a winning I win smile?
Yes. That's like, yep. I think that's what she's doing. Okay. I don't think she's uncomfortable at all. I think she's a bold ass broad, and she's cocky. She's arrogant, but she puts on this facade of giggling, smiling, and laughing all the time, and it's all an act. Okay.
Well,
she's smiling here because she's succeeding in derailing answering the questions.
She probably knows that even if people recognize that she intellectually failed, she can rely on the buoyancy of her female privilege to carry her through.
Yeah, her female privilege. Don't you wish you had that, Tippy Bear?
It reminds me of the Brett Kavanaugh case. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where the woman was just like trying to act pretty, and that's what I feel like this is.
It's the batting of the eyelash. It's the batting of the eyelashes.
Let me act pretty, and then people will forget that I'm an idiot.
Yeah, and by the way, when I watched that, I was talking to one of my best friends on the phone, and I said, you know what? I said, is this a Senate hearing for the nomination of a Supreme Court judge, or am I watching Saturday Night Live? Listen, maybe I'm wrong. I think she's smirking here because she realized she's succeeding. She's not succeeding in the dialogue. She's succeeding in prevaricating.
To a point. And then she wants to psychoanalyze me as though I,
Well, did you see that reaction there?
How dare he accuse me?
Watch this. I'm going to say, and then she wants to psychoanalyze me, and then she acts like she's surprised. Watch.
To answer her questions, and she's constantly evading and over talking me when I'm trying to get to a point. And then she wants to psychoanalyze me as though I, as though I need psychotherapy. It's a sleazy tactic with a smile on her face.
We just
because it's interesting.
No, you're being sleazy.
Listen.
No,
okay,
you're being a bit of a manipulator.
Okay, what a lying piece of trash she is. Okay, you see, this is the victim card. When somebody's going through a legitimate adult interaction, even a Q&A, when somebody doesn't want to answer, then they impugn the person who's talking to them. I'm being a manipulator. Tippy Bear is a woman. Have I been using my maleness or personhoodness to manipulate her? How am I being manipulative?
I feel manipulated right now into answering that question.
I mean, what a lying sack of crap she is.
She can't answer.
She's a lying sack of crap with lipstick on it.
She's manipulating the conversation, trying to direct it in her way to where she can analyze your point of view, but not answer any questions herself, and therefore trying to manipulate you into a conversation that you're not even having.
And then the atheists talk about me behind my back, which is okay. I don't mind that. And they go, Darth calls all atheists pathological liars. Well, maybe if you had a few atheists come in here, or the atheists that I dialogue who weren't so pathologically deceptive, she's a prime example of it, then maybe I wouldn't make this generalization. She's accusing me of being manipulative, when all I'm simply inquiring about her atheism. I mean, I don't care that she's got lipstick on and she's smiling. She's a lying broad.
You gotta relax. No. Hold on a second.
And I find it difficult to respect
So sorry,
that.
you guys. Well, hold on. If you can just give me a sec.
Did you hear that?
If we can...
She finds it difficult to respect your manipulations, Darth.
What a lying sack of crap. Okay? Because I'm trying to get an answer about your atheism, I'm being manipulative, and you can't respect that. You see, this is a false accusation here. I'm being manipulative. What a lying sack of crap she is.
Can just, without commentary on how it's been going so far, I think we can keep going for just a bit.
Oh, wait a minute. So, yeah, who's that directed at, James? Is it directed at me or her?
A bit longer before Q&A, if we want to do that.
I'd like an answer to my question. All right, and she's filibustering and evading it, and
I would like an answer to my question.
So, you see what a deceitful broad she is? And why do you think she's smiling now? Okay, why the smiling now? Because she's succeeded at derailing, answering the questions.
Because night is falling and the battle's coming to an end, and she's never had to engage the enemy.
Yeah, and she hasn't defended her atheism. She just will not allow me. Okay, and you see, this is why she's happy with herself right here. Okay, she's a lying sack of crap with lipstick on it.
Okay, I did
okay,
answer
what we'll do is
you didn't though. You evaded the question because you wanted to get back on your.
Do you see what a lying, manipulative, deceptive person this is?
She throws out questions as a form of evasion to avoid answering the question, and then says you evaded her questions.
I mean, these people are. I mean, I could care less that she's got lipstick on. You know what? How cringeworthy is this? She's so cringy.
Here we go again.
I think that the last one, hold on a second.
See, now she's happy. Okay? She keeps on smiling. Why is she happy? Because she has succeeded in derailing and deflecting, answering questions about her atheism.
I think that the last one was asked by Duncan, if I'm not mistaken, and I might be, so let me know if I am. And then I think Shannon had answered that one. I think, Duncan, you were asking another. Is it okay if we have Shannon ask one of her questions, and then we'll come back to the one that you were on?
That's fine.
Okay, thanks so much.
My question to her, right?
This is the
last question I was asking her, when I asked her, how is it that there is no God? I'm still waiting for an answer to that. She said because she doesn't have an answer about how the soul would interface with the body, that it doesn't follow from that there is no ultimate creator God. And I'd like to know from Shannon, how is it that there is no creator God? Her position entails the falsity of all God concepts. So how is it that God is false, Shannon?
I explicitly stated that you could potentially get me to a deistic position, but that it wouldn't.
Oh, did you hear that? You could get me to a deistic position. Okay, let's play her words again. Here we go, folks.
A rational definition. So I would be on the hard atheism side of things, where I think that it's not even necessarily conceivably possible. But I like I like the chart. It's interesting. It's very cool. I like the belief in the non-existence of gods is probably where I would fall there.
Everybody hear that? Right? Now, are we to believe that she's had a conversion from this temporal agnosticism or quasi-deism, whatever that is, that she's now a hard atheist now? But she's been claiming to be a atheist activist for years?
The atheists are losing their minds now.
Okay, and look, she's a lying piece of garbage. Okay,
It wouldn't necessarily matter, and that I wouldn't worship that god.
So you're no longer an atheist?
No, I feel as though I'm legitimately, from a philosophical perspective, more of a temporal agnostic.
Oh, wait a minute. And so a year from now, you're going to say you're a hard atheist. So you had a conversion, but you've been. Why haven't you called yourself an agnostic activist all these years? Why have you been calling yourself an atheist activist all these years? Why do you hang around with people and cooperate with their YouTube channels promoting atheism if you're really an agnostic?
Where I don't refute the existence of any potential God. I more so don't believe in any proposed God that has been presented to me.
I've already explained to you why that's incorrect. That's the second time you've repeated the same response.
What we're going to do.
But then you repeated the same question. If you already explained to me why it's incorrect, why did you repeat the question?
Because you're being evasive. That's why.
Yeah, see that? Because you're being evasive. That's why.
One of Shannon's questions, and now regarding the spirit or the soul on the Christian worldview possibly being incoherent. So if we can jump back to that one, and then I promise we'll come right back to your question, Darth. I'm hoping this will diffuse it a little bit, so we can keep, you know what I mean.
I'm not certain that necessarily.
I think she's very uncomfortable about answering.
Hold on, I know, but
I'm not uncomfortable at all. I answered it honestly.
Did she answer my question honestly? Anyone?
She didn't answer anything.
Has she been transparent to the best of her ability with the questions that I have put to her?
No.
Okay. So here this lying broad is lying through her teeth with a big blank-eating grin on her smile. Okay.
Hey Darth, she's very comfortable. The gator is comfortable in the swamp, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And by the way, and now she's, cheery, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed.
Actually, I should say snake. The snake is comfortable in the swamp.
She is a snake. Okay. And we probably have one or more people in here who are secretly recording this, so it'll go, be uploaded somewhere, or they'll pass it on. And you know what? I don't care that she hears this. I hope she hears this. I think she's a lying sack of crap.
I just googled.
I think she's a fake and a phony.
I just googled snakes that live in the swamp, and cottonmouth is the first one that popped up.
Yeah. See, she's all smiles now because she has succeeded in prevaricating and running the clock out. Right?
Shannon, now is a good chance.
But I'm not fulfilling I'm not fulfilling the necessary responses in order to lead in a specific direction, and I think that might be what is ultimately frustrating to you, which is why you
see more gobbledygook and psychoanalysis. Okay.
Well, also,
rather than.
Well, she is correct that you're frustrated that she's refusing to follow any line of rational inquiry. That's what she's doing.
No, the only thing I was frustrated with is her dishonesty and her disingenuousness, okay, and her deceit.
Yeah, and she's refusing to follow any line of rational inquiry.
I would expect this kind of behavior out of a snot-nosed 16-year-old. Not a grown woman who claims to be college educated and is a parent.
You threw it back on me potentially by saying that I am dishonest One of the reasons that I'm
No, I didn't say you were
smiling is
dishonest.
because,
I said
and
you're
you're
being
interrupting.
evasive.
Oh, okay. So evasive. You said some other things about me earlier. I can't remember them verbatim, so I won't assert them. But you cast aspersions on my intentions, and one of the
Isn't that what she did about me? Did she not do that to me? Bueller?
Did she do it? Has she stopped? Has she ever stopped?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the pot calling the kettle black.
I mean, these people, they never stop with their deception.
One of the reasons I think that you may have done that, and this is from my perspective, so that you can know how I'm feeling in this conversation as I'm interacting.
I don't care how you feel. I want you to answer the questions. I'm not interested in your feelings.
With you, which is an important part of dialectical approaches, is that
thank you, teacher. You see this condescension here, okay? Right. By the way, this isn't a. How does she put it? Let me play that back again.
I think that you may have done that, and this is from my perspective, so that you can know how I'm feeling in this conversation as I'm interacting with you, which is an important part of dialectical approaches.
Okay. Yeah, we're having a debate. Okay. This is not a social interaction. It's a debate where there's questions and answers. Okay.
Is that you're attempting to lead me down a specific path, and the reason.
No, I'm attempting to ask you questions about your atheism to see if it's coherent or not. Okay.
Is because you have a sort of set of scripted responses, and if one of those responses that I give doesn't hit, instead of exploring what that means to me,
instead of exploring her feelings, why do I want to explore why is it incumbent upon me? Why should I explore your feelings? I mean, what psychobabble?
Because if you don't, Darth, she's gonna blow up the conversation. Dang it.
Maybe that's why that commercial popped up. Exploring feelings.
Oh my gosh.
That's why Tonlock got banned, is because he wasn't exploring her feelings with her.
I hear clicking. I hear the Discord clicking, Tonlock.
Another series of questions that leads to, until you ultimately get a response set that allows you to progress along to your
See, this is all dodge and delay and psychological imputation here.
Is she on Discord?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I hear Discord clicking, Darth.
Yeah. Notice how she has six. And it's out of my control because James Coons here. And by the way, I'm not saying anything behind his back that I haven't said to his face publicly and in private. That he's a spineless little jellyfish. Right. He's just letting her get away with this smearing. Right. And she's deliberately derailing the interaction.
Ultimate outcome.
What's
is
that?
Shannon on Discord?
I think she might have a server, but I don't think she's ever on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she's ever on it.
And that is a little bit frustrating and potentially a manipulation tactic.
Here we go again.
Did you notice that? She says potentially a manipulation tactic.
Yeah.
I feel like I've spoken to her before, and I'm almost sure of it because the tone and the word fascinating and manipulative, I feel like I've heard that on Discord before on a like a politics server or something.
That's fascinating that you would say that, Tippy Bear.
Isn't it fascinating? No,
That's
I'm
fascinating.
I see what you're doing.
Fascinating. I see what you're doing.
That is something that you're calling me evasive.
I don't hate the atheists. I don't want to see them go to hell. I hope they repent. But I do have contempt for their overt and their covert deceptive practices. But what she has been doing in this video is the height of deception, because she's not blatantly being obnoxious here, okay? But it's obvious what she's doing here, right? And it's disgusting.
I've actually answered your questions honestly. In some.
Okay, was she just telling the truth right there?
I haven't
Did she answer
one thing.
Yeah, this welcome to the mentality of atheists. They just lie, they lie, they lie, they lie.
In so much as I understand them as coherent to me.
Okay,
And when I
so-
ask for clarification, you've called me evasive.
Yeah, that's right. Asking for clarification is certainly sometimes appropriate, but there are people who do it as a dodge, delay, bait and switch tactic, which that's what she was doing.
But that was actually just me asking.
Look how much time she's spending talking about the background. Go ahead.
Transmogrification, disqualifier, translator, sort of a thing, right?
She did answer. In all fairness, she did answer, but then when you asked for clarification, she couldn't clarify, and that was when it was pertaining to the soul. And you asked, how does that follow? So she did answer you, but it didn't make sense. Her answer was non-coherent.
Yeah, let's hear that again. Shannon Q, how does it follow from the fact that you don't believe in a soul that there is no creator God? What's your answer, Shannon Q?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian.
Thank you very much, Shannon Q.
Asking for clarification so that I can
Okay,
ensure that I'm answering
good.
them honestly.
So now we're clear how you feel. So do you now affirm there is a God?
No, I don't affirm that there is a God.
Okay, then your position entails the falsity of God.
Oh my goodness. It goes right
Are
back
you
to-
afraid to defend your atheism? I mean, I
No.
see you regularly on YouTube, proclaiming you're an atheist. So
I am.
are you still an atheist?
Yes, I would say colloquially, yes, but philosophically, I'm more of a temporal agnostic.
Okay.
Does anybody see here a pattern of deception? Right?
Okay, well, I explained to you.
What's that?
I'm a mechanical agnostic, Darth.
by the way, I'll have you know that I'm getting word of mouth. Plus, I've even seen some videos on other YouTube streams. The atheists are getting increasingly ticked off that there's a growing number of people in here who are listening to these conversations that I'm involved with.
Better set up another server
They are
in case they try to mass report this one.
Yeah. They're really outraged that this is going on.
Wait,
That's
mass
incorrect.
report?
Okay, because you.
What's that?
Atheist mass report? They do that?
I didn't hear what you said.
The atheists, they do mass reporting?
Yeah, it was a just recently recently discovered phenomena where immoral people who don't like you will lie and mass report your
Well,
channel.
no, I mean, I know that that's an Islamic thing, but I didn't realize that atheists.
No. I'm just saying when I listen to a lot of these YouTube streams and they or somebody sends me a notification that somebody's talking about a new clip and I go and listen to it, they're just so angry that Darth Dawkins is on Discord, right? and he has all these people in the room listening, and he's trashing atheists. Now, the majority of time that I'm on Discord, I'm on this server, and only a minority of the time that I'm on other server. So why are they getting all bent out of shape in a room where they're not participating? It's because they're getting trounced. That's why.
Because you do not affirm and assert that God is the necessary prerequisite for facts. That non-assertion is an indirect denial. Are you aware of that?
Fascinating phrasing.
Did you hear that?
Fascinating phrasing. No, it's not fascinating phrasing. You
Okay, now-
told her she's an atheist, and she can't even agree to that.
Now, notice that rather than answer the question, okay, she's now going to her psychological imputation. And she's going to go, fascinating. Watch, I'll play it again.
That non-assertion is an indirect denial. Are you aware of that?
Fascinating. For you aware of that affirms that what you just stated is ultimately correct, and that my response
Are you aware of it?
Wow, your dialectic approach is is really, really fascinating. Like your choices, like
You see what a deceptive piece of garbage she is? Right?
You asked her to assert her atheism, that there is no God. That's what you just.
She used that as like a launching pad to like talk about anything at all that popped into her head.
What a deceptive broad. I mean, she and the thing is that the acting going on, right? Usually when we deal with atheists of various ages, usually they're males, we don't get this Emmy award winning performance, you know.
By the way, sorry,
Like when you-
Jared, you say something.
you say, are you aware of that? You're affirming what I just said is accurate.
Yeah. What a deceptive person.
Are you aware that I was no, because it wasn't really a question. It was a veiled assertion, which is really, really fascinating. Okay, so can you ask me the same question without "Are you aware of that" at the end? As an act.
I don't know how I kept my cool while dealing with her. I don't know how I did it.
Actual
Stop
question.
with the shtick, Shannon. You can stop with the.
You think I have a amazing?
I mean, is her response amazing or what?
Okay, you guys have said natural. Hold on one second. You guys have.
Is even ask yourself who doesn't like you said that what she did in this debate was disgusting.
And mind you, what you're seeing right now, I'll rewind it a little bit. What you're going to see here, this is all an act. Okay, none of this is sincere. This is all a performance.
With the shtick, Shannon, you can stop with the.
You think I have a
Okay, you guys have said natural. Hold on one second. You guys have. Hold on one second. All right.
Psychoanalysis.
One second. Hold on, you guys.
You think
Hold
I
on a
have
second. 1 second.
All you want, like a.
Okay. You guys ever heard the term gaslighting? Right? Anybody in here, and don't be embarrassed. Does anybody not hear the word or know what gaslighting means? Okay. It's trying to make another person think that they're the crazy one, right? That's exactly what she's doing right now. She's doing an Emmy Award winning performance and she's gaslighting.
A schoolgirl, but you're being.
I am just like a schoolgirl, just like a silly schoolgirl. I don't know why you're bothering with me.
Well, listen, God is a worldview, okay, where it's the creator-creation distinction. If you do not affirm it, then you deny it. There's no escaping this.
She literally doesn't care what you're saying, Darth.
No, she's done. Right now, she's looking down and she's contemplating about what the next shtick that she's going to use to dodge and delay.
Yep, and how she can interpret whatever you say as
Or
some way
impugn
to
me,
get offended about it.
or try to how she can psychoanalyze and impugn my motives.
It reminds me of a schoolboy where whatever you say, the kid will say, "That's what she said," afterwards to try to make it a sexual innuendo.
Yeah,
She's desperately trying to search for some way to be offended about anything you say.
I know.
Either you affirm that the ultimacy of reality is a personal creator, or you are deriving intelligibility without that.
You keep
There's no
smuggling in
third alternative.
personal. You keep smuggling in personal. That's an interesting word choice too. Does anybody ever dissect your word choices? Like, they're very calculated.
Do you see what a deceptive broad she is?
You know, it's funny. That's true. Your questions are very precise.
No, do you see that this is all, in its entirety, is designed to be deceptive, right? Where do they grow these people?
It's actually really, really interesting because you keep smuggling in personal, and you also say things at the end of your, like when you're talking to people, you say, "Do you understand that?" or "You don't understand."
Okay, so if I say, "Do you understand that?" Okay, so that's an idiomatic expression, okay, that I'm using there. Okay, everybody has idiosyncrasies. Would it make her feel better is if I had said, "Do you accept that as true?" Right? She's a clown.
Understand that, and those are very.
Notice how many times have I been asking her straightforward questions and I'm just getting total obfuscation, total prevarication.
Explicit choices and dialectic approaches, so that you can make sure
that your position entails the falsity of God.
Does
your position entail the falsity of God?
Does my position? No, because I'm open to
Yes, it does.
counter. That's so. You're telling me what my position is now, but you're also telling me you're not a manipulator.
1 second.
And that you don't have a script or a
I'm trying to have I'm trying to be in conversation with you.
No, you're running a
Hold on
script.
1 second.
This
I
is
know.
amazing.
Forgive me. I got to interrupt you guys. Just forgive me. I think that we had there. Duncan had asked the question, do you think that entails like positive atheism, as some have called it, or the negation of God's existence?
Oh, I already said I'm essentially philosophically a temporal agnostic. I've said that a couple of times. I'm open to.
Okay, let's go back to the videotape, as Warner Wolf used to say. This is from several days ago. Here we go.
And that knowledge is just comprised of a series of presuppositional assumptions that don't really provide a rational definition. So I would be on the hard atheism side of things, where I think that it's not even necessarily conceivably possible. But I like I like the chart. It's interesting. It's very cool. I like the belief in the non-existence of gods is probably where I would fall there.
Hey, everybody see how she talks out of both sides of her mouth?
Shannon Q.
Hold on.
Shannon Q. It's just like the same. It's like Obama versus Obama.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the only way that we can reconcile this is that if she had a conversion from agnosticism to her hard atheism. Does anybody believe that? Tippy Bear, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm sure you're well aware of this as well as others, that the relationship between sexual immorality and other types of immoralities
Heaven is that picture behind Richard. Could you describe what that is behind you, Richard, and give Duncan a view of your point of view?
It's I'd be happy to. I'm not sure that'll help you, but I'll do it just in case math's right. That's chapter 4 of the book of Revelation from an underbelly view, under God's throne, how we'll see it from this earth. When I consider that the 24 elders are enjoying the promises made specifically to the hero, to the Christ, and when I consider, although I understand the other two interpretations of Hebrews 1 and Hebrews 11, something I bothered to remember. I had to beat it into my brain, but I did it. Where God says, with these invisible things, he so created the worlds, with a plural S there.
In regards to the book of Revelation, what is your view on the 1,000-year reign of Christ? Are you an amillennialist, a premillennialist, or a postmillennialist? Or
I'm an 8-year-old. I'm an 8-year-old. You're going to have to expound on those definitions, please.
You're telling me what the Bible and the book of Revelation means, and you're not familiar with basic different eschatological views?
That's correct. I'm not. That's correct. I'm not. Would you like to go ahead and define those, please?
Yeah, you've got various prophetical or eschatological views on the 1,000-year reign of Christ. One is called amillennialism, okay, which is pretty common among people who hold to covenant theology, where they do not, also in Catholicism and other churches, where they do not believe that there will be a literal millennium with Jesus' second coming, where he sets up his kingdom for 1,000 years. Then there are people like myself who are premillennialists, who believe that there are yet to be fulfilled prophecies regarding the Lamb, the Abrahamic covenant, that Jesus will fulfill when he comes again. And then we have people like postmillennialists who see that the millennium will just simply be an elongated period of time where Christianity spreads throughout the world to such an extent, and when it reaches a certain point of expansion, that Christ will return, right? Now, there are other prophetic views, but the fact that you don't even have a basic familiarity with that, I'm very surprising. Well, you should, if you're gonna comment on why, because these are different hermeneutical approaches, and that if you're not familiar with the different views, it means that you may not understand that you have probably an idiosyncratic view of Revelation. You already have. I have never in my entire Christian life heard anyone, not one Bible scholar, okay, of any kind, who, in fact, of the Bible scholars that I have met and talked to, if I told any one of them that the New Testament, that I talked with somebody who thinks that the New Testament books were actually codified in heaven and then brought down to earth, they would laugh.
They might, and thank you for pointing that out. I really appreciate that. This is very, very different from anything I've ever heard of. And you with 40 some odd years experience, very different from anything you've ever heard of. I know. I think that's very interesting, especially since I've only read the Bible once. So no, I don't know all these terms that you're using. And actually, I think for commonality and people who haven't studied the Bible for 40 years, it's actually best if we... How familiar I'm sorry, did you ask me to not run over you and speak over you? Is that what you asked me to do a few minutes ago and I complied?
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Done yet? Are you done?
I was in the middle of a sentence. Do you think I'm done?
Okay.
Well,
you tend to be a little bit long-winded.
No, give him 2 minutes, and then you can have your bit. Richard, go on ahead. We'll not address that, but go on ahead.
I'm done.
Okay, so are you familiar with the Bible or not?
Read it once, yeah.
Okay. Other than reading it once, do you have a basic familiarity with the Bible?
You mean familiarity?
Yeah. I'm sick. Familiarity.
Okay, so I think I do pretty good.
Okay. What's the 5th book in the New Testament?
5th book. Now you're gonna make me count stuff.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus.
No, don't help. Don't help. Don't help.
Yeah, this is embarrassing.
What's embarrassing?
You're telling me what the Bible is and what it says, and you couldn't even answer that question.
Oh, I don't have them memorized in order. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That,
All right. Let me ask you. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is the book of Second Hezekiah in the Old Testament, the New Testament, or the Apocrypha?
Hezekiah.
The book of Second Hezekiah, is it in the Old Testament?
Second Hezekiah. Oh, that would be apocryphal.
Okay. No, I said, is it in the Old Testament, the New Testament, or in the Apocrypha?
It would be apocryphal.
Okay, there is no such book.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not in the Bible.
Yeah. You're just yeah.
It's not in the Bible for sure.
That was a joke question.
Okay, well, I told you it's not in the Bible. It's apocryphal.
Can you tell me what the last book in the Old Testament is?
The book of Revelation of Jesus Christ, specifically.
Can I just point out? Can I just point something out? No.
I want to know what the last
we said this
book in the
earlier.
Old
Please,
Testament.
I'm just going to keep talking until there's like 5 seconds of silence. We have already discussed, and Richard already admitted this. This is a learning difficulty that Richard has. To be able to point on something that he can't remember. We're welcome to give moderation.
You guys are wasting my time. Listen, Richard is a deer in the headlights. He's totally clueless. He doesn't have the foggiest idea of what he's talking about. Richard,
Can I answer your question, though?
What is the last book in the Old Testament?
Last book in the Old Testament, let's see, it's Children of the Corn, and the main character with the red hair.
So you don't know?
And hold on a second. I'm getting there. Malachi.
Okay. It took you a long time to figure that out.
Yeah, I've read it once.
Okay. So if you've read the Bible once, but then you tell me that the Bible was codified in heaven because of some verse that you can't even tell me where it is. You can't even look it up.
No, I declined looking up. I didn't say I couldn't look it up. It's just inconvenient right now.
Well, then I have no reason to believe that the verse you're quoting supports what you're saying.
Wait. The first time you said that, you found 30 of them.
Yeah, none of the verses that I've looked at support your contention that the New Testament books were codified in the New Testament. And in fact, the content of the New Testament books, where Paul is speaking in many instances contemporaneously about his present conditions on earth. So that would contradict that they were written in heaven.
I can see that view, yeah.
You have a contradiction on your hands.
No, it's not a contradiction. It's a contextual problem.
So was Paul lying when he made contemporaneous references?
See, that's a straw man. I never said Paul lied.
All right, listen. You're wasting my time. You're an absolute deer in the headlights. You're a kook. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Well, you were pretty nice anyway. Oh, well, that was rude. I guess that's the end of the show.
That was expected.
Hey, Tom Rabbit! I hope you got this for your recording. Hey, YouTube out there. Tom Rabbit likes to record these. Hey, Tom Rabbit!
Well, here, look. Maybe Darth can pipe up because he's in here right now. Darth, before you said that you liked this formalization where we say, if God exists, then you know he exists. You don't know he exists, therefore he doesn't exist. You like that way of putting it, right?
Well, that's your way of formulating it. By the way, I'm very limited in my talk time because I'm working at the moment, but go ahead.
That's okay. Well, you signed off on that before, but are you saying you now don't sign off on that?
No, I just said I wouldn't express it precisely in that manner.
How would you express it then?
Very, very, very simply. God says you know that he exists. And if you say you don't know that God exists, then you're just psychologically deceiving yourself.
Oh, right. So it's just God says you believe that he exists, and you say you don't believe he exists.
Yeah, my ultimate standard for what is true is the mind of God and how he has revealed it.
We're trying to explore the argument about how agnosticism entails a contradiction. Could you lay that one out for us? If you have time, you don't have to. If you're busy, don't worry about it.
Yeah, if you say, and I'll just be very brief. If you say, I do not know that any God exists, then the Christian God is specifically defined as being revelatory. So if you don't know that any God exists, then it follows from that the Christian God does not exist.
Right. Okay.
Right?
But then, sorry. Go ahead.
So then you then know, if you take it to be true that you do not know that any creator God exists, then it would follow from that the Christian God does not exist, and therefore you know that at least one creator God doesn't exist, contradicting your agnostic position.
Wait, but see, the thing that weirds me out there is you are using that modus tollens. You're saying, if God exists, then you know it. You don't know it, therefore he doesn't exist. All that takes you to is he doesn't exist. It doesn't take you to you're making a statement that he doesn't exist. So I don't see where the contradiction's coming from.
No, you added something that I didn't say. I said, if you claim that you do not know that any God exists, if that statement is taken to be true, then it would follow from that the Christian God does not exist, because the Christian God is defined as being revelatory.
Right, but now you want to jump to you know it, right? Because that you would
then know that the Christian God does not exist.
But you're jumping from the conclusion of the argument, which is that he doesn't exist, to a further proposition that you know that he doesn't exist.
Okay. Would you, if you do not know that any God exists, would that therefore would it follow from that the Christian God does not exist?
Mm-hmm. According to your definition, yeah.
No, I'm asking you. If you truly do not know that any God exists, then you would know that the Christian God does not exist because the definition of the Christian God.
Wait.
The Christian God is defined as being revelatory.
Yeah, so I understand that here. I'll make sure I'm following you. If the Christian God exists, then we know it.
We've had this conversation 10 times already.
Yeah, but I think you're wrong, Darth.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
It would just melt like soy ice cream.
Okay,
No,
so
listen.
I didn't hear any argument there.
The fact, here, I'll help you. I'll help you, Isaac. The fact, I'll help you, dude. I got you. The fact, I'll help you, dude. I got you. The fact
that do you care to? That's not an argument. So the point. So
yeah, you're not worthy of arguments. You've already shown yourself unworthy of actual arguments.
Okay. Yeah, but I think you're wrong, Darth.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
The reason that I think that you're wrong about this is that your argument concludes that God doesn't exist. It doesn't conclude that you're claiming it. So you have to make a further step and say something like that you have beliefs about all the entailments of your beliefs. And then you can get
your formalization is just really not very clear. Okay.
Well,
let's go through this again.
Yeah. Sorry, what's that, Alex?
Can I have a go at this? So God being revelatory means that if that God existed, then you'd know about it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if I claim that I don't know about it, right? I mean, what's the difference between the second premise being I claim that, because I could claim that I don't know about it even when I do, right? So nothing really follows from me claiming that. Surely the second premise is if I don't know about it, then it follows that God doesn't exist, right? Because if he did, then I'd know about it.
That's how I'm
and if
thinking
I don't know
about
about it, then he doesn't exist. Right?
Unless...
So that seems fairly straightforward. That's just saying if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? That's really straightforward. So I think we can all agree about that. So you must be saying something more like, I really don't get it. How does it work if it's not that?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you, Dust. It seems like it's your argument. So God's revelatory.
Yeah, well, if you don't know that any God exists, if you do not know that any God exists, then it follows that the Christian God doesn't exist.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
But does it follow that you know that he doesn't exist?
You'd know about it. Yeah. Exactly. I might not know that.
And that's why it's not a contradiction.
Right.
No, it is a contradiction, because if you say, I do not know that any God exists, and it therefore rules out the existence of the Christian God, then you do know that at least one God exists.
There are things that can follow logically from what you believe that you don't believe, or things that can follow logically from what you know that you don't know. So, for instance, I know a bunch of maths, right? And there's some unproven mathematical conjecture. Now, that's either true or false, but I don't know it. But it does follow logically from stuff that I do know, because it follows logically from, like, the basic axioms of maths, right? One way or the other. It's just no one's figured that out yet. So that follows logically from stuff I know, but I don't know it, right? So it's obvious that there can be, even if you show that something follows logically from things that I know, that doesn't entail that I know that thing.
Yes. That's been my point for this whole thing. So Darth, can I just say one other thing? Then you can go for as long as you want. So one other thing I'd say is, I know you think I'm just throwing words at you, but a way to get around that would just to say that you know all the entailments of your beliefs. Then if one of the entailments of your beliefs is that God doesn't exist, then you can say you know that because you know all the entailments. But then you have to defend this weird claim that you know all the entailments of your beliefs.
If you assert that the Christian God is not known, okay? Would that be an entailment of agnosticism, that the Christian God is not known?
I just think that's like agnosticism is basically. Yeah, if you say you're
So is your agnosticism, does that include and entail that the Christian God is not known to exist?
Well, me specifically, I actually think that God's false. But yeah, an agnostic could say, I'm not sure whether the Christian God exists. And it follows by your argument from that he doesn't exist, right?
So now you previously told me you hold to the agnostic position. Now you're an atheist?
With respect to your God, I'm an atheist, yeah. But I'm just talking about a hypothetical.
No, that's a childish response, okay? Atheism is not the disbelief in some gods, okay? Atheism is the disbelief and denial of all gods. Okay?
Oh, if atheism means...
This idea of atheism towards certain gods, that's ridiculous.
Darth, I can agree. Darth, I can agree with what... Okay, so if what you're saying, if you're talking about global atheism, I'm not a global atheist. You're right, yeah.
No, there's not non-global atheism. Atheism encompasses all God concepts, not some. Because then theists would be atheists.
Jew, 1 second. Wait, stop. Let him talk.
If that a-hole interjects, I will just leave.
Yeah, okay? I was actually standing up for you there, Darth. So right now it's Darth versus, he's got Malpass with his philosophy PhD, and there's Angstrike, and there's me, and there's you. So yeah, let's let him finish his sentences, because it's one Christian versus like 50 atheists. So what were you saying, Darth?
Yeah, your position is, I do not know that Christian God exists. Right?
So are you asking me or Malpass? Are you asking me?
I'm asking you. Is it your position?
Well, your
position, you do not know the Christian God exists.
Well, with your God, I think he doesn't exist. So if that's what you want me to say. But that's going to take us away
from
this conversation.
Your position is you do not know the Christian God exists.
Well, I would say he doesn't exist by your definition.
That's not what I asked you. I said, Is it your position you do not know that? Oh, so now I'm confused because formally you told me you were you held to agnosticism.
Yeah, so I think what's the confusion is that you don't want me to divide up agnosticism and atheism by gods, so we're talking past each other.
Is it your position that there is no creator-creation distinction?
Shit. I have to step away from 1 sec. Just talk to Malpass or someone. I'll come back though.
So, Alex, if somebody says, if somebody's position entails, I do not know that the Christian God exists, then it follows from that the denial of the Christian God's existence. Because the Christian God is defined as having made himself known.
So, okay, so the first premise is, if that Christian God existed, then I'd know that that Christian God existed. And the second premise is, I don't know that that Christian God exists. Then it follows logically that that Christian God doesn't exist. It doesn't follow logically that I know that he doesn't exist, though.
It follows that that it entails the denial of the existence of God.
It entails that the proposition that that God exists is false, but it doesn't entail that I know that that proposition is false.
Now, what follows, Alex, is that if you claim that you do not know that the Christian God exists, if that statement is true, I do not know the Christian God exists, then it follows from that the falsity of the existence of the Christian God.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
Okay.
So if the Christian God is revelatory, then the fact that I don't know that he
Now,
exists proves
I
that he
agree
doesn't
with you.
exist.
Right, I agree with you. Somebody might not see the connection and entailment.
But it just sounds like an argument.
But I'm focusing on the entailment of the position, Alex.
Yeah, the entailment of the position is it's just a refutation of Christianity, right?
Right.
Because I
right.
don't know that he exists. He doesn't.
Yeah.
So
right.
Christianity is false because I don't know that it's true.
And agnosticism is also a self-contradiction because it's indirectly making the claim that
it's not a contradiction in agnosticism. It's a refutation of Christianity based on the fact that I don't believe.
No, the position, the agnostic position is a contradiction.
No, you think it's a contradiction because you think that what follows is that I don't know that he exists. Right? You're switching.
If you don't know the Christian God exists, then you know by your own position that there's at least one God doesn't exist.
No, you don't. It doesn't follow logically that you know that there's one God that doesn't exist. It follows logically that there is.
Of course it does. Of course it does, Alex.
No, it doesn't.
It most certainly does. If I say I do not know that this God who has made himself known exists, then if it is true that you do not know that, then that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree. But it doesn't further follow that I know that that God doesn't exist. That's the step that I'm saying.
Well, only if you're an idiot and if you're not cognizant of the entailment.
Well, okay, but there are idiots, aren't there? So it doesn't.
That's not the point. The point is, I'm looking at the entailment of agnosticism. I'm not going to focus on somebody's poor reasoning. No, the entailment of the position. It doesn't matter to me that somebody doesn't connect the dots, Alex.
Well, but you're saying that they do connect the dots. If they did connect the dots, then what you're saying would follow logically.
The agnostic position entails a contradiction, whether they're cognizant of that or not.
People don't always believe the things that are the logical consequences of their beliefs, right? And that stops your argument from going through. That stops it being a contradiction in agnosticism.
The agnostic position is a contradiction, but not only on that terms, but also on the terms that it is making a claim that it is not making a claim about ultimate reality.
Look, okay,
I'm not making a declaration about ultimate reality.
Can I ask Alex?
And they are.
Can I ask Alex?
You got to make it fast because I have to go in 1 minute.
Right. So look, I'm saying that the argument doesn't follow logically, just straightforwardly, because there are people who don't understand the implications of their beliefs. Right. But now let's think of someone who does understand the implications of their beliefs, right? Who gets it and says, oh, the God who, if he existed, I'd believe that he exists, right? I don't believe he exists, therefore he doesn't exist. They're going to go, and I believe he doesn't exist, right? So if they started off being agnostic, they would understand that it's, they'd update their belief and they'd say, all right, gee, I guess I'm not agnostic about that guy, right?
Yeah,
I actively am an atheist about that.
And I have to pipe in that's when Darth, when you think that my position has changed, that's why. That's the change that I've made. And can I just say one or two things to Alex for a second? So, Alex, you'd agree.
Yeah, that's okay. I have to run an errand. I'll be back in a little while.
Okay. So Alex, you'd agree, of course, that if we were to say that this further proposition is true, that you believe everything that's entailed by your beliefs, then we can get to a contradiction, right? So
then you get to the
because then if the modus tollens that leads you to God doesn't exist, if that's an entailment of your view, and you know all and believe all the entailments of your view, well, then it follows that you believe that he doesn't exist, and now you're going to get a contradiction. It is and isn't the case that I believe he doesn't exist.
Well, you get that you believe that he exists and you believe that he doesn't exist. So it's not that there is a contradiction. It's that you have internally inconsistent beliefs, right? But that's fine. That's not the same thing as there being a contradiction.
Go out to Tom Rabbit's channel, okay?
This recording has been released into the public domain by the Bonson Institute, where we aim to bring into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today grateful that you are our Father and that we have the privilege to call upon you as your children. We acknowledge very freely that we have not that right by anything in ourselves, that we don't come by this naturally, but it's only by your supernatural grace and love that we belong to you. We confess our sins, and particularly this morning, Lord, we would confess the sins of our minds. We often do not reason in a way that shows your glory and is faithful to you. And we would ask, Lord, that you would help us as we are together to study over these next 3 days, to have our minds more fully conform to your word, to be more faithful to you, to give greater glory to you. We ask that you be with us to help us understand when matters are difficult. Help us to have clarity of vision and, above all, fidelity to your word. We thank you for the opportunity to be together as your people, and we pray you would bless us in our fellowship together, and our time would be sanctified to your service, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Our seminar is on transcendental arguments. The natural question is, why? Why talk about transcendental arguments? Now, in certain narrow areas of philosophical study, there is discussion of transcendental arguments going on, but I wouldn't expect a broad cross-section of the Christian church as we have here today to be interested just because some philosophers are talking about something arcane like transcendental arguments. So I'm going to take a few moments at the beginning of our seminar to try to explain to you why I think it's so important that we as Christians take a look at this subject. It's not just because there's a narrow interest in philosophy. In fact, to be honest with you, I'm a little bit surprised that there's any interest in it at all among philosophers. Because my conviction is, to the degree that you get involved in transcendental reasoning, you're going to be forced to worldview considerations. By worldview considerations, I mean a consideration of what our basic perspective on the nature of reality is, how we know what we know, how we should live our lives, that network of assumptions in terms of which we organize all of our experience, make sense out of our lives, guide our lives, and so forth. Those of you who have studied philosophy will know what I'm talking about immediately when I say modern philosophy is almost allergic to worldview considerations. It is really out of touch. It's out of style. Many philosophers would consider it amateurish or gauche in some sense to even think about the big questions of philosophy anymore. Philosophy has taken such an analytical turn in the 20th century, and that's what I have specialized in, so I'm not against analytical philosophy. I think it's valuable. but it's turned so much toward analysis that you have philosophers who focus very narrowly on not even on a broad field like epistemology, but some subsection of epistemology, the theory of knowledge, or metaphysics, or ethics, or metaethics, something of that nature, philosophy of science, philosophy of language, subsections of that, because the analytical approach is what? Break down bigger problems into smaller ones, right? Analyze, analyze, analyze. And so when you come along and you start talking about what is the broadest consideration in terms of which, what is the framework in terms of which all of that analysis makes sense, and you can take the work of one analyst over here and another analyst over here and bring them together and make some sense of them, when you start asking those broader questions, often philosophers, they kind of chuckle, they ridicule, they think it's kind of old-fashioned, silly stuff. Sometime today we're going to go back and do a little bit on the history of philosophy so that you can understand the significance of Immanuel Kant and what he did when he introduced in a not popular, but I mean in a very explicit way, the notion of transcendental reasoning. Anyway, that's old-fashioned. Going back to Kant and to the idealists, we're really past all that. So it's really surprising that there's any philosophical interest in analytical arguments at all. My My interest in transcendental arguments didn't come, therefore, because I was studying philosophy with an apologetical interest. It came because I studied theology first and happened to come across the writings of a theologian apologist by the name of Cornelius Van Til. And what Van Til was doing, though sometimes hard to understand, and I understand why people, they smile and they say, wow, what's this guy all about? Really is profound. We can clean up a little bit of what he's done, to be sure, but I think the heart and soul of what Van Til was doing is very important, and it's from him that I learned transcendental reasoning. Now, why, as a Christian, do I care about transcendental reasoning in general? I thought I would explain that to you in terms of arguments for God's existence. I'm convinced that the existence of God not only is objectively true, but it's also objectively provable. Now, this is politically incorrect. You have to understand that this is not what apologists say today. The existence of God might be shown to be probable, it might be shown to be preferable, but very few apologists today are going to say that the existence of God is objectively provable. But I do believe that it is objectively provable. We even have, in the broader evangelical world today, writers who are trying to, I guess, encourage people in the defense of the faith and their Christian walk, who are suggesting that nothing is provable ultimately, that you can't know anything for sure. I mean, how is it that anybody can know anything? And though Christians look at that and sometimes are very distressed or enthusiastic for it, and they think, well, this is kind of a big deal in terms of our Christian ghetto. But what they don't realize that this is really just a pale reflection of what's going on in epistemological studies in general. It's part of the fallibilist, what we call the fallibilist tradition in epistemology. Everything is fallible. Nothing is infallible. Nothing can be known, to be sure. Nothing has any guarantees in advance. And so as Christians start thinking this way, it's time for us to, I think, be worried and do some correction and maybe get back to where we should be in our thinking as Christians. So I'm going to begin by suggesting that the existence of God is objectively provable, and now I have to talk about proof, don't I? How am I going to objectively prove God's existence? Before we talk about types of proof, a little bit should be said about the notion of proof itself. In our day, it'd be nice if we could just take these things for granted. We can't, and so I'm going to bother you for a little while to talk about the nature of proof itself. The question of the truth of God's existence has nothing to do with the psychology and or character of those who are arguing one way or another about God. The question of the truth of God's existence is not related to the character of those who are arguing or the psychology of those who are arguing. In logic, if I could put it to you as we would in a logic class, we have to be very careful of what's called the genetic fallacy and ad hominem arguments. We don't want to say either in favor of God's existence or against God's existence things which really have nothing to do with the merit of the case, but only have to do with the subjective origin of the opinion being discussed or the man himself who's doing the discussing. Many times unbelievers will tell us that they can't believe in the biblical God because of the kind of people Christians are. I'm sure you run into that. It's always embarrassing, especially embarrassing if you're the one who may be on the skewer for having, defamed the faith. But it's important to remember that an objective proof of the truth of something really has nothing to do with the man who is arguing. If I happen to have learned algebra from a child molester, I don't have the right the rest of my life to say algebra is invalidated. After all, just look at what this algebra teacher was doing over here. Now, in that case, everyone understands very well that you can't engage in arguments about the man because algebra and the truth or falsity or validity or invalidity of it has nothing to do with the messenger himself. And that's true with respect to us as Christians as well. We want to make clear to the unbelieving world that we are not defending ourselves or the character of our compatriots. We are defending the objective truth of God's existence. And for you who are interested in apologetics, it's good for you to remember that every argument that's directed against Christians in one way or another that's psychological in character is a reversible argument. Okay? Nothing is proven or disproven by those considerations, as they're always reversible. I mean, for every case of a Christian minister who gets caught in some kind of sexual scandal, we can easily match cases of people who openly profess a pagan outlook on life who do terrible, miserable things as well. So all those sorts of things are reversible. Let's remember we're dealing then with objective matters. The fact that they're objective doesn't take away from the fact that they are personal. The existence of God obviously is a very personal question. And it's personal because it touches on us deeply. It touches our lives vitally. Indeed, the most important aspects of human experience are affected by what you think regarding God. Who are we? The enigmas of suffering and evil in this world, or love and death. All these things are affected by whether you believe in God or you don't believe in God. So the question of God's existence is a very personal question, but the truth of God's existence has nothing to do with our personal needs or interests. It isn't to be thought that, well, the reason we're here today learning how to defend the faith better and to argue about God's existence is because we have a personal need that is met when we do this, and then there are other people who don't have that kind of personal need, as though we were just talking about musical preferences. Some people like Bach, some people like Bon Jovi. So, and is that what it is? We're kind of like, we're on the God wavelength in terms of our personal needs. No, we're not here. Although I would say, I'm not embarrassed by this at all. When people say, you obviously have a very deep personal need for God, and that's why you believe this thing. I say, well, that's probably true. And that's the way God made me. God made me to need Him and to glorify Him and to live for Him. And so, when people say those sorts of things, like that's just so personal, it's just like meeting a need, don't think that that's a put down. You say, well, yeah, God made the world in such a way that we live best and are happiest when we know Him and so forth. But nevertheless, the truth of His existence has nothing to do with my personal needs. Okay, so you're getting my point? We're not talking about psychology. We're talking about objective proof of an objective state of affairs, the truth that God exists. All right. Also, with respect to arguments in proof, you should note that an argument need not be accepted by everyone for it to be conclusive. An argument need not be accepted by everyone for it to be conclusive. I'm tempted to make reference to the O.J. Simpson trial. My guess is, as long as we're on this planet, you're not going to get everybody convinced one way or another. Okay? Now, should we just say, well, then why don't we just give up courtroom protocol, calling witnesses, garnering evidence, arguing with one another, because, you can't get everybody to agree one way or another, so it's just really a crapshoot. So why don't we get together, throw the dice, flip the coin, whatever, decide whether the guy's guilty, him or anybody else, and then just get on with it. See, our whole way of life, our culture, and somebody might say, well, we can dump our culture, but for now, you have to realize that in our culture, we know there's a difference between proof and persuasion, don't we? Not everybody will be persuaded, but we think proof is available. And as Christians, that's a very important thing for us as well. When we say we can objectively prove God's existence, we're not saying we can universally persuade people. I'm told that it's Plato who said it first. I'm not really sure. We'll give him the credit, though. A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. Well, that's true. If I can prove something, in that sense, be convincing, yet a man doesn't have a heart to go along with it, he's not going to cry uncle. He's not going to give up. We have to recognize that. And if you don't, you're really going to be strung out working on your Christian apologetic, I think, because over and over again, what you're going to do is you're going to use an argument, and you see that somebody doesn't just fall immediately, and then you say, oh, I've got to revise the argument. Well, that isn't true. Sometimes you got to repeat the argument. Sometimes you just have to keep coming back, till the coin drops for the person. But even when you have the greatest of arguments, really solid, cogent stuff, if the man's heart is not changed, he's not going to have the coin drop. He's not going to say he understands or that's all right. So when I say I believe the existence of God is objectively provable, first of all, remember, I'm talking about an objective matter, not just personal desires, ad hominem, or genetic considerations and all that. And secondly, remember that I'm talking about proof, not persuasion. Go right ahead. Remember I told you, though, you may not raise your hand.
Oh,
okay. Go ahead. Yes. The Latin expression ad hominem means to or against the man. So you make an appeal to the man or against the man in some cases when you don't look at the merits of the case, but you consider something about his personal life or needs or the background of the person who is arguing, that sort of thing. Okay, so it's a more personal and psychological or genetic consideration rather than one that's relevant to what you're arguing. If somebody has an argument about what causes cancer, and then you stand up after he's presented his scientific paper and all his evidence and say, I don't like your tie. How could you possibly dress that way in public? Most people are going to say, that really has nothing to do with cancer. You're talking about the man. You're saying your mother didn't teach you how to dress, but that doesn't take anything away from his argument. I mean, that's an outrageous example, but I'll tell you what an ad hominem argument is, okay?
So it doesn't deal with the issue at hand directly.
Right. It skirts the merits of the case and looks at the circumstances of how it's being argued or who's arguing it.
Right? Wouldn't you have fallible claim that all arguments are ad hominem?
No, I don't think fallibilists have to say that all arguments are ad hominem. They do want to say all arguments are less than conclusive. And so they might grant, I'm sure they would grant, that many arguments are relevant. They're on point, but nothing can ever establish a conclusion, infallibly, indubitably.
One big long argument process.
Yeah, in a sense. You put it all together, it's going to be your word against mine, and therefore your character against my character, isn't it? Okay, so and when I talk about proof being different from persuasion, I talk about the person arguing being distinguished from what he is arguing. This is a cousin to the distinction I want to introduce thirdly now between metaphysics and epistemology. Metaphysics deals with what exists, what is real, the nature of reality, relationships between those things that exist, and so forth. Epistemology deals with how we know what we know. What are the nature and limits of human knowledge? And there's a difference between metaphysics and epistemology in the sense that something can exist, something can be real, without us knowing it. Correct? For many, many years, DNA existed without us knowing it. Okay, so there's a difference between something existing and something being known to exist. There's also a difference between something existing and a person being able to prove it. Unless you are a very radical subjective idealist, you believe that it's possible that something exists that no one has proven. Not just that they don't know it or are aware of it, but they're not able to prove it. The planet Uranus existed and was suspected to exist before there was proof of it. Okay? So existence is different from knowledge of, existence is different than proof of, and something can exist even though a person offers reasons against it. That's obvious, isn't it? Sometimes people, it's not just we don't have reasons enough, but sometimes we have reasons that we think would show that it doesn't exist. The offering of reasons, and even apparently cogent reasons, does not show that something cannot or does not exist. Okay? I think I could give you pretty good arguments today against the idea that I have diabetes. My doctor thought it was interesting that I felt that I had good arguments against my having diabetes when he was giving me the lab reports to show that I do have diabetes. And at least sometimes during the days that I live, I'm rational. People think that I'm an intelligent person. So here I'm arguing doctor to doctor about this matter. Now, do you think that had anything to do with whether I have diabetes? Of course not. Okay. Now, why am I telling you all this? Well, you probably can see the analogy that's coming, right? When I say that the existence of God is objectively true and objectively provable, I'm not at all suggesting that I can persuade everybody. I'm not talking about psychological considerations. And I realize that there are people who think they can offer arguments against God's existence. Okay? And we can't get into all those in a short 3-day seminar. But I would like to show you how you can prove the existence of God. That's a metaphysical truth. And you can epistemologically, in an objective, provable fashion, demonstrate this conclusion, even though not everyone's convinced and people may argue against it. This leads me to another introductory consideration now about the relationship of faith and reason. If we can get worked out this notion of an objective proof of God's existence along the lines of transcendental reasoning, which is the subject of our seminar, I think that it will really open things up. It will enlighten your minds with regard to the relationship of faith and reason. This old conundrum, this chestnut that has been there in the history of the church, I think all of a sudden gets resolved, and very easily. In fact, so easily you look at it and say, how could we have missed this? It's really quite obvious. I think it is mistaken, and indeed it's misleading, to think that Christian faith takes over where reason leaves off. Many people have the idea that we can reason about things such as, science, medicine, industry, economics, history, whatever it may be. And reasoning will take you really, really far, but at some point, reasoning stops, and then faith begins. So that for us as Christians, we agree with everybody else in the world when it comes to natural matters, matters of this life, temporal existence, nature. We agree with everybody else in their reasoning about those things. But then what we do is we add another story to the house of knowledge, or at least the personal living, And that's the story of faith, right? So everybody around here thinks in a natural way and uses reason, and then we add faith to that. And I think that's misleading. I think it is mistaken. Faith is not without reason. Faith is not above reason. Faith is not contrary to reason in the outlook that I'll be trying to teach you in our seminar. To put it very simply, I do not in any sense endorse what is called fideism. If that's a new term for you, Fideism. Literally, faithism. Fideism says that Christian faith is independent of considerations of reason or reasoning. Christian faith is a personal commitment. Christian faith is a voluntary or voluntaristic leap, but it has nothing to do with reasoning, with argumentation. And I don't believe that for a moment. I believe Christian faith is not only reasonable, there are plenty of people who say that. You can't show that it violates anything that a reasonable man would say, but I maintain that Christian faith is demanded by reason. Reason can be affirmed without endorsing what's known as rationalism. Rationalism, however, is a term that's subject to so many different definitions. It's a specific school of epistemology, but it also is a broad attitude toward how we live our lives and conduct ourselves intellectually. Rationalism, in the broad sense, says that man's mind is the highest authority, or at least man's mind is autonomous. It never bows to any outside authority. The autonomous man might grant that there's a God. The man who says, I'm intellectually self-sufficient, I'm the final authority, such a person might grant that there's a God. Usually he doesn't, to be sure. But you need to recognize, to understand the character of autonomy, he could grant that there's a God, but it could never be the Christian God, right? Why is that? Because the Christian God doesn't bow to the authority of the servant. The servant is to bow to the authority of the Lord. Now, there are people who want to promote autonomous reasoning to get people to believe in the Christian God. And I think that is just so fundamentally wrong-headed. To try to say to somebody, you need to have faith in this God, and I'm going to prove to you, to your own satisfaction, with you being the ultimate authority, that God is the ultimate authority. Let's say that again. I'm going to prove to you, to your ultimate authority in your reasoning, that God is the ultimate authority. Well, you can't do that. Rationalism in that sense affirms that man's mind is the highest authority, and that it operates independently of God and self-sufficiently. And I've been in university training in the past, and I continue to pay attention to higher education and to our culture as well. And it just boggles my mind that anybody could believe in the autonomy of man's mind, the self-sufficiency and independence of man's mind. If that were true, why is there such massive disagreement in the university still? What's wrong with man's mind? How does man's self-sufficient mind not get things worked out? And it's not just that the psychologists differ with the political scientists. Political scientists can't agree among themselves, and the psychologists can't agree among themselves. They say, yeah, well, when you get over into other things that are not quite such soft issues like math or physics, then they all agree. Well, no, they don't. There are huge disagreements in schools' philosophies of math, huge disagreements among physicists and so forth. So the self-sufficiency of man's mind, just on the face of it, is a silly doctrine. But that isn't to say it isn't the reigning dogma and prejudice of people. Nevertheless, rationalism is the idea that man's mind is self-sufficient, it's the highest authority. That's different from rationality. Rationality refers to man's intellectual capability. And with all my heart and soul, I affirm rationality. And I affirm it because God made us. He made us to think. He expects us to think. Indeed, since we're made in the image of God, and He is supremely rational and coherent, He is the truth itself, as Jesus said, then we ought to be concerned about the truth and about reasoning and using our minds to glorify God. Paul put it this way, we're to bring every thought captive to the obedience of Christ. We're supposed to be using our minds and using them in a subservient way as a tool to glorify God. And some people use their minds as a tool to argue against God. We use our minds as a tool to argue for God, but we certainly affirm rationality. We're not fideists. We affirm reason. We do not affirm rationalism. In fact, this seminar, when you get to the end, if you look back over it, I hope you'll see, in a sense, the whole seminar is an attempt to show that the Christian use of rationality refutes rationalism. That if we're going to use our minds in the best way, you can't be a rationalist. And against autonomy, I'm going to be arguing in our seminar that all reasoning rests upon faith. My first consideration was faith doesn't go beyond reason. Now I'm going to turn the tables and say to the unbelieving rationalist who's arguing with me, as a matter of fact, your rationality rests upon faith. That you can't justify reasoning without a worldview, broader considerations than analytic philosophers like to think about today, but you can't justify rationality without a broader consideration of the worldview that you have, and the only worldview that will allow for rationality or make intelligible the use of rational procedures is Christianity. And so this is pretty heavy stuff, as you can see. We're arguing that if anybody reasons at all, ultimately, they are borrowing from or actually working in terms of the Christian outlook on life. That faith is foundational to all rationality, to all reasoning. Okay, are we whetting your appetite? Are we getting some idea of where we're going now? How are we going to prove this? How are we going to prove that rationality itself is only intelligible or rational within the Christian worldview? Well, I began by saying I think Christianity is the existence of God is objectively true and objectively provable. So now we get around to talking about proof. How do we prove things? And in particular, how do I prove in this objective, massive way that I've laid out that the existence of God is necessary for anybody's reasoning? I'm going to give you, there's different ways of cutting the cake, and I've kind of debated all the way up to the beginning of our seminar exactly how I wanted to do this. But I'm going to begin by suggesting there are 4 general kinds of proof or reasoning. And then I'm going to go back and do a little more detail and kind of deepen that initial summary or overview. You sure you don't want to interrupt me? I told you, I'll do this. It'll sound like a lecture if you don't do this. Every once in a while, just for my sake, make up a question. Say it again. Rationality is the use of man's intellectual ability. And I liken that to a tool. A tool is a form of capability. I now become able to solve this log or something because I have this tool. And the mind of man is a tool. And we affirm it as a tool. The intellectual ability of men we affirm over against the belief of... Okay, what kind of proof is argued by people? What kind of proof is offered by people to argue for conclusions? To be very simplistic, I'll divide proofs up into 4 kinds. First of all, rationalist-type proofs, empiricist-type proofs, pragmatist-type proofs, and then transcendental proofs. In the history of philosophy, we're going to come back to this, so I'll give you greater detail at the end. But in the history of philosophy, some philosophers have argued that we prove things by showing that they can be deduced from more basic truths, and ultimately the basic truths which are the foundation for what we are proving are known in a rational way because we have a concept or an idea that is clear to us and distinct and self-evident. That it's the sort of thing you just can't deny. It's present before your mind in such a way, as Descartes said, that there's no way that you can not affirm it. It's self-evident. It carries its own evidence within itself. Here's a self-evident truth. I exist. I mean, how could I think otherwise, right? Isn't that clear and distinct to me? In fact, Descartes thought he had an interesting way of proving that. It had to be, as he thinks. He said, because if I doubt that I exist, I have to exist in order to do the doubting, right? Bertrand Russell was of sterner material, philosophically speaking, than Descartes. Because Russell said about Descartes' argument, which everybody should see, it begs the question. He said the argument should be thinking is going on, therefore I exist. Of course, once you put it that way, the argument's a horrible argument. There's nothing about thinking in general that shows that you specifically and personally exist. And so Descartes had something which he thought was clear and distinct, self-evident, but it turns out that disagreement's possible about that. Well, disagreement is really, it's more evident that disagreement's possible when you think about Descartes' colleagues in what's known as the school of continental rationalism. Not colleagues because they worked together, but there were other philosophers at that time who felt that you could give a foundation in clear and distinct self-evident truths or notions from which we can deduce substantial conclusions about reality. Another one, another philosopher who believed that was Spinoza. Okay, and so Spinoza began with his notion of substance, which he thought was a clear and distinct idea, and from it he concluded that there's only one thing that exists. It's the whole of nature, or you can call it God. He said it really doesn't make any difference. And so he was a monist. He believed there's only one reality. Descartes had felt there had to be two types of reality. Mental, which is not extended in space, and body reality, matter, which is extended in space. So he is a dualist. So here you have one man claiming self-evident truths as a foundation for a metaphysic of dualism, another man claiming self-evident truths as a foundation for his metaphysic of monism. Then Leibniz came along and really spiced everything up by saying you're both wrong. There's an infinite plurality of substances that he called monads that are running around in this world. And you don't want to get into all the details of that, at least not yet. But the point is, that makes rationalist arguments very suspect. It would appear that rationalist-type arguments reduce to subjectivism or at least disagreement that's unreliable. I mean, the foundations are unreliable because people disagree with them and do different things with them. Much more popular and easier for American and English students to understand are empiricist-type arguments because that's the culture in which we've been raised. We are more, well, we like this idea that seeing is believing. The empiricist-type argument appeals to foundations again, but these foundations are perceptual or at least common sense, commonsensical in nature. So to know anything is to be able to trace what you're claiming to know and every aspect of it back to some kind of observational certainty. The empiricist tradition in the history of philosophy is always founded, however, over, well, broadly, considerations in cognitive psychology. That is, looking at the economy of thinking. How do we think? What is the psychological process by which we cogitate? And if the truths that we believe need to be verified by being traced back through our cognitive psychology to perceptual foundations, then we're going to have a credible explanation of that psychological process, and it's never really been offered. In fact, in the case of David Hume, the cognitive psychology was completely blown out of the water because David Hume said, if everything is loose and disjoint, then I don't ever find myself when I look at the world, as my observations never include an observation of me as a continuing thinking person or substance. You're sure you feel free to break in now at any point? Because I'm surprised no one has said, what are you talking about?
I'm waiting so I can say what at the very end here.
Oh, okay. So I'll assume that somebody has interrupted and said, how could David Hume say something like that? Well, really, for all of the arcaneness of his point of view, David Hume's not hard to follow. I kind of like the guy. He says, okay, Locke says every judgment that we make breaks down into certain kinds of other judgments, complex judgments into simple ones, and these simple ones can be traced to sensation and so forth. So Hume, using the Lockean approaches, well then, where do I ever see myself as the one who is receiving these sensations? It's not just that there are sensations that are coming to me, but there's got to be a receiver of these sensations, right? Well, now, what if there is no continuing receptor? What if there's just reception, 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 and they have no connection with one another? That's possible philosophically. And if somebody says, well, but that isn't what happened. As a matter of fact, there is one continuing self-conscious receiver. He says, fine, show that to me in my observation. Where do I observe the self-conscious continuation of my personal identity? You don't. And so empiricist type arguments in our day and age, empiricism has really kind of shaded off into a kind of common sense perceptual approach where instead of going and looking at the psychology, the cognitive psychology of knowing, we just begin with, look, there are certain things that everybody knows. Everyone holds the hand in front of their face and says, I know that I have a hand with 5 fingers. Okay? And then if you deny that kind of thing, it's like, how could you be rational? How could you even talk to a person? How could you formulate rules of rationality for a person who denies something that obvious? I don't think that's really a very good argument, but that's been popular in the 20th century. We do perceive certain things, and people aren't being rational if they deny that.
You're saying that Hume does that.
No, Hume didn't do that. Hume, many people try to get around Hume's difficulties with cognitive psychology by saying Hume's problem is he thought every sensation was separate from every other sensation. So that rather than my perceiving you, I'll just say as a human body or a humanoid right now, rather than taking you as a whole object, what I'm perceiving is the color of your shirt, the shape of your body, the numerical quality of how many eyes, ears, and so on. And all these different things are coming in here. And Hume says, I don't know that there's anybody here who can receive that and make sense out of it. So you're loose and disjoint, I'm loose and disjoint, and you can see that picture of knowing destroys the possibility of knowing anything. So now the comeback is to say, the unity of apperception, as Kant put it, has not been dealt with well by modern philosophy at all. That is, how is it that I'm more than a bundle of perceptions? That's what David Hume said. You realize, of course, that on Hume's approach, he was cheating when he said he was a bundle of perceptions. His argument was, I'm nothing more but a bundle of perceptions, and that was enough to destroy, science and the possibility of knowing. But of course, he's not a bundle of perceptions, is he? To call himself a bundle already assumes some kind of unity of perception. But on the other end, the common sense philosophers would say, we don't perceive individual things like color, shape, number, those sorts of things, and then somehow mix it up and get it right in our head. They would say we receive, what we are perceiving are wholes, okay? So I perceive you as a person. I perceive this as a dog, that as a refrigerator, whatever it may be. And then that leads not into cognitive psychological difficulties or problems, but a discussion of how it is we categorize things. Why do we think in the categories we do? What relationship does that have to language and learning and all that? Where one culture might say the rabbit is running because of the category scheme that is used. Another culture has one word, maybe one concept, as far as we can tell, for running rabbit, and another concept completely different for sitting rabbit. So we break it up as rabbit and then forms of motion, running, sitting, whatever, whereas another culture might have a different conceptual scheme. And we can't get into all that, but that shades off then into cultural relativism in terms of our cognitive schemes. Go ahead.
Doesn't this fall apart the empirical approach at the point of proving it empirically? I mean, is that the whole problem that we're dealing with here? In other words, as the rationalists ultimately reduce subjectivism, the empirical approach falls apart at the point of proving it is true.
Well, what you're bringing up, Scott, is a second problem with empiricism. And if you look at the empiricist notion of concept formation or the empiricist view of the meaningfulness of language, essentially saying that all of our concepts, if they are true, must be traced to empirical experiences, observations. And any language we use, if it's going to be meaningful, it's got to also make reference to those things which are known by observation, or to those things which are just logical constants and by which we combine words and so forth. That falls apart because the very empiricist theory of concept formation or of meaningfulness of language itself cannot be traced back to observations or to observation language. And so you're right, empiricism refutes itself. The argument I've been using up to this point is it's just not workable. I mean, as Hume showed, if you're going to trace everything you know back through various stages of combinations of judgments and sensations and so forth to a perceptual foundation, you're not going to get anything once you get back to your foundation. It's crumbled. And what you're adding is that there's also the logical problem that it can't live up to its own norms. It says this is what is required to know something or for it to be meaningful, and then it can't live up to that requirement itself.
So then what you have left is what's like a commonsensical approach.
Yes. Common sense perceptualism says that we all have perceptions, and there's no question about it. Wittgenstein would say that you can't reason, after a certain point, you can't reason with the person who doesn't use the same kind of language you do. If you say, that you see a hand in front of you and this person has doubts about that, he's using a completely different set of linguistic principles. He has a different category scheme or something. And Wittgenstein openly admitted you can't argue with certain people. At that point, you get to rock bottom, you call each other heretic and go home. And so what does that reduce to? Well, fallibilism, right? Skepticism. No one can know anything. Everything is certain only within a certain conventional way of looking at things or talking about things. Yep. See, now this is good. If all of you are on this wavelength, what happened to rationalism? Skepticism. Subjectivism and therefore skepticism. What happened to empiricism? It reduces to subjectivism and therefore skepticism. Now, go ahead.
I see a pattern here.
Yeah, there is a pattern, yes.
So you're saying that even those that fall to the common sense area, they're doing that. That's a subjective route.
Well, of course, ultimately it is. If you you don't have to have advanced training in philosophy to see how this works out. Just think about it. When someone appeals to common sense, that appeal is only going to be good if it's common sense. But how do you know that it's common? The sad thing is, very few things are common in that way. But whether you know of people who disagree or not, you have to still philosophically deal with, what if somebody didn't think about, didn't take as obvious truth what you think is obvious? What would you do with how would you deal with that? Well, you have conventionalist and relativist and skeptical ways of dealing with that. I
You have
think
to go back to presupposition.
Well, this in one way is one version of what our presuppositions are. Our presuppositions are these common sense notions. Yeah. As I think you can see where we're going is the transcendentalist, you see, pushes so hard that he says, those can't be your presuppositions, or if they are, boy, you're in bad shape. You're reduced to subjectivism and skepticism. Well, the pragmatist approach to proof.
Oh, before you go to pragmatist, when you talk about common sense and that it reduces to skepticism, is that on those particular views? I mean, because it seems to me, maybe I'm lost already, but it seems to me from the Christian worldview, you can talk about common sense because you have a basis for common sense. So when you say it reduces the irrational, we're talking on those worldviews or on those presuppositions, right. It reduces.
The autonomous attempt to find irrefutable common sense notions reduces to subjectivism and therefore to skepticism. And I would say, Mike, that you're right that from the Christian standpoint, there are common sense notions. But from a Christian standpoint, you also have to add that because men are not just rational beings, but sinners, they don't admit to what is commonsensical. What's the most commonsensical thing to believe? That God exists, right? Not just a God who's the creator of heaven and earth, who is triune, who is sovereign, who is personal, omniscient, the biblical picture of God. That is common sense. I believe from Romans 1 that everybody believes that. Not everybody admits it, though, do they? They suppress it in unrighteousness. I think most people, garden variety individuals living in our culture, not the special breed of people called philosophers, most people, first of all, don't self-consciously think about what their proof theory is. Okay, so let's just be mindful of that. We're overdoing it if we think everybody is going through this and making a choice of a theory. Most people don't even think about it as a theory. But in their practice, I think you're absolutely right. Most people, this kind of, the transcendental one, they don't get into. But they tend to just freely go back and forth among you. Sometimes logic is what convinces them. Sometimes it's seeing is believing. Other times it is, I don't care how you intellectually work it out, it works. This is what cures polio, so that's good enough for me. Yeah, most people are like that. Now, the second answer I give you is that when you talk about the philosophers, the interesting thing is you do have schools of philosophy that try to be exclusively one or the other. In fact, the most vicious approach to philosophy, or at least the most aggressive and cutting, hard-edged approach, is the approach that says ultimately everything is going to reduce to a natural experience. The popular thing in at least my generation of epistemology is the notion of what's called naturalizing epistemology, where theory of knowledge is no longer ultimately a philosophical subject. Philosophers talk about it, but what they talk about is how our knowing reduces to another branch of nature, psychology or whatever it may be, sociology. And later on in my notes, I'm going to be talking about this. We'll come back to it. So there are some who try to push that real hard. Those who are rationalists are not anywhere close to being mainstream and popular today. Most who defend a rationalist portion of how do I understand this? Those who would be called rationalists today would not say that everything reduces to these clear and distinct ideas or self-evident truths, but that there are some things that do. So you have rationalists in mathematics, for instance, who say, well, at least in this area, everything is provable, deductively certain, and it reduces to these self-evident truths, so forth. But then there are people in the field of mathematics that make fun of that too. Not everything is provable. You have Gödel and others who have shown it's impossible to prove everything, even in math. So to answer your question, yeah, your garden variety individual is going to go back and forth among these things. Philosophers haven't always done that, however. But then there are philosophers who do say the best thing is to try to bring all these things together. They like to see a perspective here and a perspective there that are beneficial. They usually are categorized as pragmatists, which is what I'm going to go on and talk about, though. Mike, we getting ready to say something? I'm sorry.
Wouldn't Stein and the atheists, his group, be considered rationalists and appeal?
Mm-hmm. No, Stein, he would say that he's a rationalist and an empiricist. He's one of these people who would, he doesn't have a very sophisticated epistemology, that's obvious, but to the degree he's thought about it, he thinks you need logic and you need experience. And I think when people start studying philosophy, I'm looking at you who have studied philosophy, isn't that pretty natural for people to do? You see these arguments and you say, well, yeah, I mean, there's a place for logic and there's a place for experience. Why don't we just bring them together? You know, and wouldn't we all be happy? Well, except that philosophically, they don't go together. They go together in our living, though, don't they? And that's why students, naive students, can think, well, I can just have logic and empiricism and so forth. Well, but you see, if you have an empiricism, then you have to ask, what's your observational foundation for logic? You say, oh, no, logic's not in that part. And you say, oh, okay, well, then what is the unity of your theory of knowledge? How can you use logic with respect to empirical things? I mean, you can't say, I divide my field of knowledge, so I don't have to have observational foundations for logic, and then turn around and say, but I get to apply logic to what I observe.
Aren't they attempting to apply rationality to that explanation? Which is ultimately their subjective.
No, what I'm saying is they're not being rational.
Right,
they're being arbitrary.
They would call it rational. Stein,
Yeah.
for instance, would call it a rational.
Yeah, and let me tell you why. I hope you all have some familiarity with my debate with Gordon Stein, or at least his literature, so that this will make sense to more than just two of us here. Basically, Stein would, I mean, if he knew what to say, I don't think he understands the jargon at all, but if he knew what to say, he'd say that science is the model of rationality. Here's what scientists do. That's what rational people should do. That's what I'm doing. You're not, so I win. I'm rational. You're irrational. I mean, I've compressed it real quick. He is assuming, and this is what most people do. You look for a successful intellectual venture. We call that science. That's what's taught at the university. That's what's curing diseases and putting bridges together and so forth. And you say that then becomes the model of rationality. And then the transcendentalist comes along and says, okay, but we need to have some account for the success of science. You can't just say, do it this way because it's successful. If you're going to be philosophically sophisticated, you have to explain how it is that it's successful. And there's only one way to explain, I mean, one general way in which you can answer that question, and that's to do metaphysics. You have to have some account of the nature of reality, in terms of which, that's why when we do the following kinds of things, procedurally, methodologically, we have success. So I'm already talking about pragmatism, but let me go back and just real quickly explain. The pragmatist sees the problems of the rationalist and the empiricist in terms of theory of knowledge, and essentially says, I'm going to avoid those pitfalls by telling everybody they're irrelevant. This is a bold move. Now, they don't always come out and put it this bluntly. I mean, there's more sophisticated ways of saying it. But essentially, the pragmatist says, who cares about Hume's skepticism? We don't need to answer Hume because, after all, we're able to build bridges and cure polio and do things. As long as a certain procedure helps us to adapt to our environment successfully, then it's rational. A certain procedure helps us to accomplish our ends, and that's why we choose it. We are pragmatic in our approach. Quine openly says that we prefer a certain approach because of survival of the fittest. Webb would believe, I mean, I can't believe it. He just goes right out and says that. The reason why we think inductively is because those who think inductively survive. It's just built into us. We don't worry about justifying induction. It's just a pragmatic matter. Okay? Now, the problem with pragmatism is that it presumes we know what ends to seek. Like we know where we want to go, and there's an obligation to go there. But if you don't have a justification for the normativity of the end that is pursued by what you call rationality, then is rationality justified? I'm going to go slow here because I'm sure that this is what's going to confuse some of you. You should be stopping me. How do you justify rational procedure? How do you justify rationality? How do you make rationality itself rational? The pragmatist says because it accomplishes our ends. But you see, that doesn't justify rationality unless you can what? Justify your ends. And this is what the pragmatist is unable to do. So pragmatism reduces to subjectivism. Hey, see? Some of you are catching on, right? And so what seems to be the persistent problem in autonomous philosophy? Keeps getting reduced to subjectivism and skepticism. Pragmatism not only reduces in the way that the others do to skepticism, but I just want to add my own little 2 cents worth of a kick in the pants. It also is, I think, the chicken approach to philosophy, if I can be insulting here. It's just a refusal to face the tough questions. You know, John Dewey looks at the history of philosophy and all these things. Dewey couldn't answer the problems. And so you know what he does? He says, well, then I won't play that game. And this is a rough analogy, but that'd be kind of like going out to the basketball court and realizing that maybe you don't have the ability to compete with Dr. Bonson's sons out there on the court. And then you say, after you've shown up for the game, who cares about basketball? Right? I just want you to be able to see in a mundane level, intellectually, in intellectual circles, scholars, they always guard their pride, you know, and so you're not going to see them come out and do that. But essentially, John Dewey said, we're not able to do this. Who cares? We are able to do other things. And these other things we're able to do, we'll call the model of science. That's what it is to be rational.
Take this account to the tendency and the dominance of political philosophy, too.
Oh, yes. Pragmatism is essentially political in nature. Yeah, the pragmatist would say, especially early on, Dewey would say the power is publicly observable. Okay, but as you know, Dewey has a particular view of society and education and so forth. He thought he was being scientifically beneficial. It was beneficial scientifically. How do I want to say this? His approach to education was scientific and therefore would benefit society. But he also said that what you do in the classroom is for the good of society. So he has two things going on here, his own view of education and then his own view of how we accomplish that. But in neither case was he able to rationally justify them. It does reduce the subjectivism.
Same thing in the medical.
Actually, all fields are reducing to relativism in our day, and therefore I'm jumping back and forth between two sets of notes that I prepared for you, but in a little while I'm going to explain to you. When skepticism wins out, you always end up with either anarchism or dogmatism. Okay? Anarchism, the relativistic notion that everybody can say what's right in his own eyes, truth is person relative, that sort of thing. So it's all anarchistic. There's no objectivity. Where do we see anarchism in academic studies with a vengeance today? What's that? Well, in ethics, I mean, that battle was lost long ago to the liberals, but we're beyond liberalism. We're beyond liberal ethics now. How about those people who say you don't even have objective meaning for literature? Deconstructionism. Ultimate anarchism in terms of, you know, a theory of knowledge. And then the other way you go is dogmatism. Now, most people think of dogmatism because of historic associations with religious dogmatism. But that's not the only kind of dogmatism, right? Communist epistemology is dogmatic. You know, it's like you lose the argument because you're violating what is presumed to be the course of the dialectic working itself out in history. And therefore, if you speak contrary to the party line, you're really speaking contrary to humanity, speaking contrary to reality, and that's why we should execute you. Now, there are a lot of little steps in between, but those are the big steps. If anybody has any doubt about that, there's tons of literature, on what academic pursuits are like under communist regimes. Well, so it's not just religious, but, dogmatism doesn't even have to be, like the Inquisition or communism. In our culture, dogmatism takes the form of what we popularly call political correctness, right? You want to get a promotion at the university, if you even want a part-time appointment, you better make sure that you fit in with the reigning paradigm. So, if the university were committed to objective rationality, which is what I'm holding out for, then it wouldn't have to resort to dogmatism or just go like a wet noodle in the face of anarchism. But that's what we see happening, I think, with these big swings from a dogmatic approach to the anarchistic approach to what we're able to know in the university today. The old model of the Enlightenment, of the objective, rational approach to things, is not a bad model. It's just impossible on autonomous presuppositions to do that. And so in a sense, we're saying we're going to go back and kind of rescue the history of philosophy, the history of the university, and so forth. I know this sounds grandiose, but I want you to see what's at stake here. The other approach to proof in this very simplistic overview is what I'll call transcendental reasoning. Up to this point, it would be possible for you to have gotten the mistaken idea that when I talk about an empirical approach, I'm talking about particular empirical projects or things that have been learned empirically. So that some people would say, well, I would justify that particular conclusion by this empirical means. Therefore, when I come along now and suggest transcendentalism as an approach, that what I'm saying is I can justify that particular conclusion now by transcendental means. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how do you prove your ultimate assumptions? What is the nature of argumentation? What is the nature of proof? So that the empiricist says, when all is said and done, proof is going to be tied to observation, to put it very simply. That means even at the lowest level, my foundational assumptions have to be observational. The transcendentalist is not talking about how we learn how to fix a carburetor. Who won the battles of 1776. The transcendentalist is talking about how do we show the rationality of our ultimate presuppositions. So I'm drawing a distinction between how you justify your basic assumptions. How do you show rationality itself to be rational? And what might be considered the higher level considerations that we engage in intellectually to learn how to fix carburetors, learn about history, etc., etc. I say that because sometimes people who don't like the transcendental approach will say, well, how does the transcendentalist give us a specific answer to this over here? And you say, well, it's not calculated to give you a specific answer to anything. It's calculated to show you how it's possible to be rational. So, if I'm a transcendentalist in my reasoning, do I reject empirical methods? Do I reject rational methods? Do I reject pragmatic considerations? No, not necessarily. I mean, some might not. But you're not understanding the question properly if you think they all stand, over against one another. You can only have one of these. It's kind of like if you take the chocolate ice cream, you can't have the vanilla. But the transcendentalist says, if we understand how to justify our ultimate assumptions, we have laid a foundation in terms of which we can now use not empiricism, but empirical methods. Now we can use rational methods. We can even use pragmatic methods. But it won't do you any good to be empirical, rational, or pragmatic if in the end the skeptic wins. And he says, well, how do you know ultimately then? And it's only the transcendentalists that I think can give an answer. Transcendental reasoning seeks the preconditions for the intelligibility of experience. I'm going to say that again so you can get it in your notes. Transcendental reasoning seeks the preconditions of the intelligibility of experience. And when I say experience, I mean that in the broadest sense. Experience can be an internal thing. I'm not talking about experiencing the gardener coming on the wrong day here. I can have an experience internally that has no connection with the outside world. I can have a dream, right? Now, some people might say you have to first have other experiences before you have dreams. But the point is, I can imagine things. I can imagine right now that I'm on the beach in Hawaii. I did that. Okay? I wasn't looking at the beach in Hawaii. So experience is internal. It can be an experience of something. So it can have an external referent, or at least what's thought to be an external referent. Experience can be conceptual. It can be, how do I want to put this? What's the word? Our thinking sometimes is in terms of images. Like when I stopped to think about being on the beach in Hawaii, I had an image in my mind. I was actually flashing back to an experience. But not all of our thinking is in terms of images. Sometimes it's computational, conceptual, relational, so forth. So any kind of experience about which we can speak, how is it intelligible? How can it be that we can talk about it, that we can communicate about it, we can reason about it? How is it possible there's objective truth, in terms of which some of these things are just imaginary, other things are not? When we get into these discussions about the rationality of our experience, what would have to be true? What would be the precondition in terms of which my experience is intelligible, talk aboutable, arguable? And the transcendental types of arguments that we look at are an attempt to provide that precondition of intelligibility, and in this sense defeat radical doubt, defeat skepticism. It's not an attempt to tell you what theory of childhood cognition is correct, or what theory for curing AIDS is correct, or who actually was the person that led the troops in 1776. It's not an attempt to settle any specific issue. It's an attempt to show that issues are settleable. Pardon the English there. See, how is it possible to play the game of rationality, regardless of what the outcome is? So the transcendental type of proof is an attempt to defeat skepticism, not by appealing to self-evident truths like the rationalist, or to perceptual certainties like the empiricist, or to the success that is attainable, as the pragmatist talks about. But rather, it's an attempt to show what would have to be true, what are the preconditions for the intelligibility of all of our rational procedures.
John, you contrast that at the end of your philosophy series. You said, what's the bottom line? Well, all these different competing theories are inconclusive. And you're contrasting that with the transcendental approach. You say it's settleable. Issues are settleable. In other words, they're conclusive. Am I right?
Well, actually, you're bringing a little bit different dimension here, but I thank you for that. Let me say two things about settleability. Some arguments for the existence of God or the Christian worldview do not settle the issue. They say we're using common rational procedures that the unbeliever understands, and we can show very likely that the Christian worldview is the one you should choose. But they can't settle it. It can't be conclusive. But what I was talking about, and it's related to this issue, what I was talking about, though, is it possible to have any settled conviction in the face of skepticism? And the transcendental approach to reasoning answers the skeptic in a way that the foundationalist, be they common sense, perceptual, rational, what have you, and the pragmatist, on the other hand, cannot. So, in terms of general formal considerations, Bill, transcendental reasoning is an attempt to answer skepticism that's different from the foundationalist and different from the pragmatist. So the transcendentalist is saying things can be settled. Okay. Now, when you translate this into the Christian context, and we're arguing for the Christian worldview, we're also saying, and we can settle the issue of God's existence. Yeah, now early on, I've got to probably move a little bit faster, but early on I said, I believe the existence of God is provable. Now let me go back and looking at these approaches, show you by contrast what I'm getting at when I endorse a transcendental approach. I'm only going to use one. I had thought about the others as well. But let's just take what is called the cosmological argument for God's existence. This is standard fare in apologetics. Cosmological argument tries to show that from a certain concept or principle that we have about the way the world is, God must exist. And the specific concept that is used, the principle that is used in the cosmological argument is that of causation. Every event has a cause. We all know that. Every event has a cause. Now, since we've had an experience of causes, what we'll call secondary causes, the cosmological argument says there must be a primary cause, a first cause, for this causal network or chain that we've experienced ourselves. Okay, so we all know what it is to insulate our homes and see our fuel bill go down. We see there's a causal relationship there. We all have seen what it is to plant a peach tree and then eventually see peaches grow and we harvest them and eat them. Okay, so we've all had experience of events being caused. Okay, so the event of my fuel bill going down was caused. The event of eating the peaches was caused, and on and on and on. And so there seems to be here a principle, according to this argument, that every event has a cause. Or, to put it more crudely, every object has an origin. Every event has a cause, every object has an origin. So the cosmological argument starts with empirical premises. You've all experienced causation or origination. And from these observations generalizes that every event or object has a cause or origin, and then says, therefore, the world as a whole must have a cause or an origin. And that's what we call God. Now, is there anything wrong with this argument? Well, I hope all of you are just, there's so many fallacies in this argument, it's just incredible. 5 years ago there wasn't?
No, it was perfect then. Now I keep on with you.
Thank you for that personal testimony, Mike. Is anybody else who would like to give their... As I was once a natural theologian. Well, let's go back to just so we can pick at this a little bit for fun. Can I generalize from many observations that events have causes, that all events have causes? Do I have any right to do that? That's a fallacy, isn't it? I can't argue from some to all unless what? I assume the very thing that I'm supposed to be proving. The causation is a universal principle. But now, if causation is a universal principle, can I say that because each event has a cause, that all events together have a cause? Now, that's another logical fallacy, right? Fallacy of composition. You say, what's true of the parts is not necessarily true of the whole. And yet the cosmological argument commits that fallacy. can I argue that what I know from my natural experience is a foundation for what must be true of the supernatural? No, this was Kant's argument that at best the cosmological argument tells us something about a natural cause of all things. It couldn't tell us anything about a supernatural cause, or else we would have the fallacy of equivocation. Our premises would mean one thing, our conclusion would mean another when we talk about causes. So, well then, there's the child's question too, and just about any unbeliever at the university can figure this out. When the cosmological argument's given, every event has a cause. Naturally, we're going to ask ourselves, well then, what's the cause for the event we call God? If every object has an origin, what's God's origin? And Christians, I think, are notoriously embarrassing, in the face of that kind of argument. They always say, well, it's got to stop somewhere. To which Schopenhauer said, well, why shouldn't it stop at the world? If you're going to take this taxi and arbitrarily get out of the taxi, then you can choose where you get out. Okay, so the cosmological argument, though it is very popular, in fact, as Mike and others might testify, in evangelical circles, there are people who say, this is really, this is where the action is, right? Cosmological argument can be sliced and diced. So I started out by saying, I think there's an objective proof for God's existence. Cosmological argument's not going to be it, or arguments like it. I could give you examples from inductive arguments, too. You like this one about how the New Testament documents are basically reliable, and then we learn about Jesus who made certain claims, and he rose from the dead. No other theory can account for that, claim that he rose from the dead, except that in fact he did rise from the dead. Really? That's an amazing leap to me. But if you're a believer, when you read that stuff, I think I'm probably $2 When I first read that stuff, and I hadn't studied philosophy and so forth, I think I was a senior in high school the first time I encountered what's called the historic argument for the resurrection. It clicked. I said, of course, that's it. That's right. Why? Well, because I had the right presuppositions. But then within the Christian worldview, it doesn't make sense to say that people would claim that Jesus rose from the dead on the swoon theory and on all these other sorts of things. But out there in the world, if you think this is an objective, value-free proof from history, boy, you've got a real lesson coming to you. So, how then can we objectively prove God's existence? Let me go back to the cosmological argument and try to resurrect it for you. The cosmological argument, as it's properly used, makes the mistake of trying to be neutral in our orientation. We say, let's everybody put aside their presuppositions. Okay? Let's just reason in a neutral way. And then tries to take observational truths, which are then fallaciously generalized and pushed into the supernatural and all that, to show that God exists. And the engine in the cosmological argument, if I can put it that way, is the causal principle. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to give you a cosmological argument, but not one that says, let's put aside our presuppositions and go to our observations and then generalize and draw deductions and so forth. I am going to go to the causal principle, though. I'm going to say, let's look at that causal principle. The causal principle, to put it another way, is what we call the foundation of inductive reasoning. Inductive reasoning says that I can take instances from my experience and generalize from them either across time or ahead in time. By across time, I mean simply, if I learn certain things about crows, I should be able to generalize about all crows at that very moment. I learned something about the nature of crowness when I study individual crows. But that's an inductive generalization from particulars to the class of crows, okay? Or to the nature or property of crowness. Ahead of time, what I mean by that is I can generalize from events that I'm familiar with to what will happen in the future. So if I've dropped an apple, 10 times in the past, or I've let go of the apple and it has dropped, so I've seen the event of letting go of the apple leads to the event of it dropping, I would inductively generalize that the event of letting go of the apple 10 seconds from now will lead to the event, or would be followed by the event of it dropping to the ground. Inductive generalization is the basis, then, of our causal reasoning. But can that be justified? Is it reasonable to expect that we can generalize from particular cases to either properties or to future events? Now, what if we can't? What if it's not rational to do that? This is where a lot of students drop out of the philosophy class and say, I think I'll go take some psychology instead. So, who cares about the inductive principle? Well, what I'm assuming here is that you care to be rational. I know that you care about the inductive principle because you can't live without it. You can't reason without it. You can't use language without it. You can't live your life. Simple illustration that many of you have heard, we all learn when we stub our toe to try to avoid stubbing our toe next time, right? Why do it? Because we assume that if it hurt in the past, it will hurt in the future. But that, of course, has that presumes a certain view of reality, a certain kind of continuity or uniformity in the world, in terms of which I can inductively generalize. So I'll go back to the cosmological argument, pick up the causal principle, and ask now, is there a reason for believing that inductive reasoning is well grounded, that there is causation in the world? And I now address this to the unbeliever and say, now you need to use the causal principle. You need to use inductive reasoning. You're using it. Is it rational for you to do so? Let's say this unbeliever has come to me and has said, is it rational for you to be a Christian? Be prepared to give an answer to every man who asks you a reason for the hope that is in you. The guy comes to me and says, is it rational to be a Christian? My approach to him apologetically is to ask him, well, is it rational to use the causal principle? Is it rational to engage in inductive reasoning? He says, well, of course it is. And it's because us scientists have used the causal principle in inductive reasoning that we know that you Christians are irrational. And I said, well, wait a minute, not so fast. How do you know that it's rational to use the inductive principle? What would have to be true in order for you to use the inductive principle? Now, if you study this or listen to my debates and lectures that I have on this, you already know, the best in the unbelieving world openly admits that there is no justification for induction. No justification in the traditional, narrow philosophical sense. We can't offer you some principle which itself is well-grounded by which we could justify the inductive principle. In the end, I already told you, Quine says we use the inductive principle because we're the kinds of creatures that have survived, and the only reason we've survived is because we use it. And when Quine says that in The Web of Belief, at least he's an honest enough philosopher, I have to respect him for that, he immediately says, and that, of course, is a subtle begging of the question. I'm not quoting him, but it's words to that effect. He says something to the effect, in subtle ways, that's already assuming the inductive principle when I offer that as the rationale for the inductive principle. Okay, so now what I'm getting at is that I am going to offer a proof for the rationality of Christianity that goes something like this. Without the Christian worldview, rationality itself is unintelligible. That the methods you have been using as a scientist to argue against me as a Christian themselves reduce to subjectivism and skepticism unless you have the Christian worldview as the framework or context for using them. Here I'm not appealing to a rational deductive argument. I'm not saying I've got a clear and distinct idea of God's existence. Nor am I giving a cosmological deduction. I'm not appealing to empirical evidence. I'm not appealing even to pragmatic success, although you can rephrase the argument to look deductive, empirical, or pragmatic in various ways. I mean, if you want to be successful at the game of intellect, then this is a pragmatic argument. But I hope you can all see that though you can metaphorically talk about a transcendental argument in those ways, it's a distinct form of reasoning that is asking, what is the broader framework in terms of which we do these other things? And my Christian apologetic is to this effect, that if you don't have the Christian worldview, you're not able to reason, make sense of reasoning, or prove anything at all. Ultimately, I'm not assuming that the unbeliever is able to prove things rationally or empirically, what have you, and now I'm going to try to satisfy him by giving him enough grist for his mill. It's not that I'm going to provide the raw material now that he can use his reasoning process and prove God's existence. I'm going to say your reasoning process proves God's existence. Because if God didn't exist, you couldn't make sense out of reasoning.
This recording has been released into the public domain by the Bahnsen Institute. Duplication, sharing, and distribution is encouraged. For more information about the life and ministry of Dr. Greg L. Bahnsen, visit our website, bahnseninstitute.com, where we aim to bring into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ.